that he has started somewhere at a school where they have killed, the children have killed one of the students. So the MEC has started there, but he is coming here. The department officials, they are led by the HOD Ntate Mashinini. They will introduce themselves. All the officials of the department, senior officials who are supposed to be here, who are supposed to give you the report of why we are here. And then as the community, as the stakeholders, you can then ask questions, department here, all of them responsible, they will respond to yourselves. Ours as an oversight committee is to play an oversight and scrutiny. It means that ours is to make sure what the department is coming here to present their APP of 2025 and 2026 of both Department of Sports. They are going to tell you what is their plan in regard to the Department of Sports and the commitment that they will have made to you as a community of Soweto. So us is to make sure whatever they have said they will do, they have done. Whatever commitment, the monies that they have planned, it went to the commitment that the department they have made. So hence, we are here to listen to you as the community of Soweto. So with those few words, I declare the meeting officially open. I will now welcome your ward councillor, Cambridge Kwapeng, and invite him to give few words of welcome, councillor. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairperson Disebo Ditlebere. Saka se senyane gagolo ko amogela di guests tsa rona mo gae ke dumedisa the honorable members tsa portfolio ya hao ya Sports Arts and Committee. I would also like to greet the HODs of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Ke dumedise gape le the community of Ward 25, including 24 and the entire Soweto, because this event is not only ward-based, it's for Soweto. Chairperson, I believe that your department is doing great by coming here because there are so many issues in terms of sports, arts and culture and film. I would always say to my community members to say, with this, we can alleviate poverty. You know, I know Kiboni Ntate Ntombela and what he produced in terms of Snawan Ganas, the players. You know what, it made Soweto so great. Kiboni Bontate Steve, the runners. If our kids can know they can be in sports, and sports can also create jobs, it's what we need. The challenge more on Afela would be more of facilities that are being vandalized. If we can and bring more sports. I know I had a friend who was doing fencing, more so to Hawkins, who was from Orlando. We don't have bowling. We used to have bowling, Momo, Power Park, now Sheba, Sharp. So we need to bring all those things, but I believe the community will engage with you in terms of what they are going through and what is their help. And I believe the department is here to listen also, to make sure that in their plans, they incorporate what the community might need. And this community participation is very important to show that this government is also working for the people, not in Ireland, but with the people. So with those words, I welcome everybody and would like this session to be a fruitful session that will take South Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for the warm welcome. Let me also apologize for starting the meeting late. We had scheduled the meeting to start at 10, but as you can see also, there are still community members still registering outside. So we thought we'll wait until they are done, but we cannot hold people that have arrived early at Renzom. So we do apologize for starting the meeting late. Community members, renally these things, because we try to accommodate everyone. These things, ke for batho ba ba maybe ba sa utlwing. If we hloka, you can just utsho ba tla tla ba itlise ho wena. Ina le di language tse 1 2 3 4 5, ina le Setswana, Sesotho, isiXhosa, siZulu, Afrikaans and Tshivenda and Xitsonga. So those ba e leng hore ha ba no go utlwa, these are for you. You can just tell us and we will bring it to you. Ntate HOD, can you please quickly, before we start, introduce all your colleagues here with you?
Dumelang. Good morning. Ke batlile ke re baahi ba Soweto, forgetting hore le nna ke tswaletswe Central Western Jabavu, empa ha jwale re ile ra movela ko Pimville. So ke moahi o tletseng wa Soweto, ke tswa monana. Ka lebitso ke China Mashinini, head of department, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. And with me today, I'm with the senior management leadership here department, Nalenta Teshein Maja, Chief Director ya Arts, Culture and Heritage, Renale Metsidi Mukwena, Chief Director, Corridor Coordination, Renale Ntate Letlogonolo Mukwena, Ki CFO, Chief Financial Officer ya Department, Kenale Mema Shudu Magada, Ki Head of Central Corridor, Johannesburg, Lentate Sydney Ndlovu, Director Strategic Management, Lemme Bonani Maloi, Director Library Services, and then Refele Hedizwe, ke the Gauteng Sports Confederation. Renale Ntate Vivian Lotering, the president of the Gauteng Sports Confederation, accompanied by his deputy. Advocate Mahape, the Secretary General of the Gauteng Sports Confederation, Vivian Lotering. Yasin Lombard. Renali, the leadership here at the Gauteng Film Commission. Agiboni CEO. Meg Mukhoba, Executive Director of Film Commission. Chair, I think that's the delegation that I have. Oh, CFO, Ndati Maluleke, I give him CFO ya Film Commission le na uteng mo. Ke a gola delegation e leng teng mo. E tla gona go isa pele ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you very much, the HOD. We will now move with the agenda, confirmation of the agenda. Members, let me also introduce honorable member of who serve also in this committee who have just arrived, Member Chabalala. He also served in this committee. So now, honorable members, can I take the agenda? Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ke rata ho dumedisa batho ba teng kaofela ka ho today. I move with the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Our agenda has been duly adopted as it is. What then means we are moving to item number 4, which is the presentation of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation annual performance plan and budget for the 2025-26 financial year. So we'll now give to the HOD to present the department APP and also the APP for the Gauteng Film Commission on item number 4 and 5. Thank you. Okay. Before, I see a hand.
We are able to hold our CEO accountable.
It must be on the record.
Oh, okay, Sanbon, Tiwang Pinde foot, it must be on record. Like I said, the name is Gauteng Mtetwa. I'm a filmmaker by profession. I own a company called Black Content Studios. So my question is one, to the GFC, where is our CEO? We need to hold our CEO accountable for what is happening within our entity. So Stella uthi GFC, before kuqala uhlelo, basitshele ukuthi uphi CEO. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. I think the HOD, when he was introducing the team that he's with, he did mention that the CEO has sent an apology that she's not feeling well, but the RGFC representatives, senior members here of the GFC who are equal to the task. So let's appreciate that we have senior members from the GFC also who will also be participating in this process. Thank you very much. I see there's another hand at the back there.
Good day, everybody. I'm in support of what that guy is saying. Where is the CEO? And another thing, that this gathering is not properly consulted because young people aren't here who are in sports and arts. So the question is, the whole presentation, how will they receive it? I may receive it, I won't reach out to everybody, but how will they receive the presentation, your budget? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think I've already responded that Ms. Kitumezi does not work alone. There is a team from Gauteng Film Commission here today who are also equal to the task, who will be listening to everything here and are here equal to respond to either issues that you have. The reason why we bring senior officials is so that they sit at the table where decisions are taken, so they can also be able to respond to all of you. As to the reason why young people are not here, I think everybody else is invited to this meeting. No one is barred from being part of this meeting. Everyone, every community member of Soweto is supposed to be here, invited to this meeting. However, there are also, because young people are also in the fourth industrial revolution, I think there are also, this is also a broadcast, but also if they can also, it is going to be in the website. Ne? This presentation, this report will be in the website of the department, so they can easily go through and check their area of focus. Thank you very much. I think, yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chair. That Sidney Ndlovu will take us through the presentation on the APP. But maybe to add to the question that was just asked, there are hard copies that are available on site. That can be made available to those who require them. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee. Good mornings to the leadership of the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation. I extend my greetings as well to fellow colleagues from the Gauteng Film Commission and to the very important stakeholders that are here, that are yourselves. I extend my greetings, not forgetting the councillor that has blessed this very important meeting. Mine is to take this very important meeting through the 25-26 annual performance plan of the department. But Chair, allow me to indicate that we prepared this 25-26 annual performance plan under very difficult financial circumstances. We prepared this at a time when the department were experiencing, or as a province, or nationally, we were experiencing serious financial challenges. Financial challenges that have really affected the massification or the increase in the number of programs that we aimed to implement. Chair, I need to indicate that the product that we are presenting today was revised 3 times. Just when we thought we were finished, we received a letter from Treasury that there is another budget cut, and then we had to revise it. The second one, just when we thought we were done, wanted to submit, we received another advice informing us of the budget cut, which then meant we needed to revise our APP targets. Just when we submitted this one at the Gauteng provincial legislatures and all oversight bodies, including the Auditor General, we received another letter informing us to go down on, but we agreed with the Office of the Premier that because somewhere around September, it's budget adjustment where departments are allowed to review or to revise their APPs, then it's around September where we are going to revise our target. So I'm mentioning this so that we have an understanding in terms of the financial constraints that the country faces, and like all public departments in the public services, our department has to undergo through that particular challenge. Where we are today, and you will then be able to see that we experience a serious budget cut, which is highly likely to happen somewhere around September as well, but we'll definitely communicate as and when that happens. Chair, for the 25-26 financial year, that is the very first quarter in which we are, we have 78 output indicators. And if you compare to the 24-25 financial year, we notice an increase of about 5 output indicators. In the previous financial year, we were sitting at 73. So we have increased by 5%. We have got, by 5, I beg your pardon, so we've got 78 output indicators. And I need to indicate that our program still remains the same. We have got program 1 that deals with administration, and if you see there, program 1 has got 13 output indicators, the output indicators that I'll speak to as I proceed. So you will see that program 1 administration contributes 17% to the overall, 78 number of targets that we have planned. We've got program 2 that is headed by Ntate Maja, that is the arts, culture, and heritage. And for noting, it used to be called cultural affairs. And in this 25-26 financial year, we have revised it to read arts, culture, and heritage. So it contributes 23%, which is 13 targets set for the 25-26 financial year. Library and archival services has 11 targets, which contribute 14%, and the largest output indicators are located in program 4, sports and recreation, which contribute 46%. So that is the overall breakdown in terms of how we have structured our APP for the 25-26 financial year. I would have indicated that administration, under administration, you've got finance, you've got strategic management, you've got risk, you've got HR, human resources. So these are the functions that are performed under program 1, and these are functions that they provide, these are units that provide support to core. And core, it's program 2, it's program 3, and program 4. So program 1 provides support, for the execution or implementation of departmental programs through core programs. So you'd note that relevant to this presentation, it's the Office of the CFO. And we're sitting at about 6 output indicators. And infrastructure management, we've got 2 output indicators. So we're focusing on library infrastructure in terms of infrastructure, and we're focusing on combi courts as well. And in terms of transformation programs, formerly known as GOD, this is where we focus on GBVF, programs such as those. So we aim to implement 2 output indicators in the year under review. Chair, with your indulgence, I will go straight to the spread per quarters. The slide that we see presents to us our output indicators for program 1, human resource, as well as supply chain management. The department has a responsibility to ensure that in our level of management, SMS in particular, we have women representation. So in terms of that, throughout the financial year, we aim to achieve 50% of women representation in the senior management level of the department. And I can indicate that even now we are doing so well in that space. Now, in relation to the procurement of people from women, from designated groups. This is women, youth, people with disability, as well as military veterans. We have set targets that really respond to that. And number one, we're focusing on 40% to procure from businesses that are owned by women in Gauteng. And the next one responds to businesses that are owned by youth. So our target is to spend at least 3% on youth-owned businesses. And then in terms of disability, we aim to spend about 7% on disability maintain. And military veterans, our target for the financial year is 3%. Very important. We seek to ensure that percentage of goods and services that we procure from township, our target sit at 60%. So 60% of the goods and services that the department will procure in the financial year should definitely be from township businesses. And I need to indicate that we have been doing exceptionally well in that space, especially including the support that we provide to businesses that are owned by women, that are owned by youth, as well as our records indicate that the department has been doing well, and we have got stats and records that indicate to that particular point. Then we are expected to ensure that valid invoices are paid within 15 days after submission. Then we set a target of 100 days. I need to indicate that we do experience challenges in terms of achieving, making sure that we pay you or we pay service providers within 15 days. Because at times you'd find that there's an issue of non-compliance of accounts and all related matters. So, but our target is to make sure that within 15 days after submitting your invoice, your valid invoice, that's why we're using valid invoices, then we are able to pay within the 15 days. Another important output indicator is the implementation of awareness programs that deals with GBVF, as well as the LGBTIQA+ programs, and we'll continue as well to implement a GPN in our libraries. So we have identified libraries. We work with the Department of eGov, so they help us to make sure that we put Wi-Fi in our libraries, we put internet in our libraries. So we're still continuing to do or to implement that in the year under review. Chair, we have a constitutional mandate to build libraries, and we are going to continue to establish libraries. So we've got the annual target of 3. And then in terms of the combi courts or sports and recreation facilities, we aim to build 1. I would have indicated earlier on in my presentation that this was the 3rd edition after we had revised it 3 times, given serious financial constraints. But Chair, allow me to proceed. I'm sure that members will then be given an opportunity to interrogate the presentation. Thank you very much. We're moving to program 2, that is the arts, culture, and heritage. And I know you are well aware with what it seeks to do, and I'm not going to really bore you with the purpose of program 2, but it's safe to say we've got sub-programs that's creative arts and creative industries, as well as heritage under arts, culture, and heritage. Now, this is the spread of the 25-26 output indicators in this particular program. Creative arts, we have got 4 output indicators, and I'm going to align all of them as I proceed. And then creative industries, we have set 6 output indicators. Heritage, we have 5 output indicators. And the grant in aid, I repeat, grant in aid, we've got 2 output indicators. And IGR, that is intergovernmental relations, this deals with the promotion of we implement programs to promote social cohesion and nation building. We're focusing on one output indicator, and the PRA, which deals with the declaration of heritage sites. We're focusing on one. I'm none. Now, in terms of creative arts, Chair and honorable members, and members of the communities, we have a target that seeks to provide support to non-fee paying schools. And non-fee paying schools are found in our township. They are found in our townships. These are schools where children do not pay school fees. So we're coming in as a department to make sure that we improve, we provide support to that. So we have identified 410 schools where we are going to make sure that there are children that participate in our arts and culture schools integrated program. So for all the 400 schools will definitely come from the 5 corridors in our townships. Now, there's an important indicator that we're focusing on where people benefit from technical art skills programs. And 300 people have been identified to benefit from those kind of programs. And in terms of the premier social cohesion performing arts, we have identified 20 targets. And the promotion of arts programs to be implemented through commercial partnerships and collaborations, we have identified 6, and we are going to ensure that we provide financial support to arts and culture organizations. Our target sits at 40, and sports and recreation organization financial support at 40. That gives you 80 NPOs to benefit from the department in this regard. Then, in terms of creative industries, we continue to ensure that 35 people will benefit from our incubation programs. And 3 arts and culture will be financially supported, and market access initiatives will be implemented. And this is a very important program because as a department, we know you are doing good work, but I think we have a responsibility as a department to create a platform where you showcase the work that we do. So it is through this particular program that we are inviting you to come showcase the work that you do. And a number of audio-visual creatives supported. We want to move with times, the changes that are there, make sure that we are not stuck in the past, make sure that we respond to the developments that are happening in the space. So 70 audio-visual creatives will receive support, and creatives benefiting from industry support 10, and we've got the cultural and creative industries programs that will implement in a public space that the target is 5. Chair, honorable members and community members, the department has a responsibility to transform the Gauteng heritage landscape. And in doing so, we are going to make sure that as a department, we provide financial support, support to operationalize the 3 monuments that we have, that is the Women's Heritage Living Monument in Pretoria, we've got the Buipatung, and we've got the one in Kagiso. So these are the 3 monuments that as a province, we are going to support to make sure that we operationalize them. And we continue, Chair, to give recognition to heroes and heroines who fought for the liberation of this country. So as a department, we'll continue to make sure that we recognize them, and we have identified 4 of them. One of the things that we will continue to do is to make sure that our commemorative days are celebrated. Recently, we celebrated June 16 here in Soweto. That was on Monday. So we have there the number of national and historical days celebrated, and we've got 6 of those. So we'll definitely continue to to implement those, and that's where you participate. Some amongst others that of you participate in that. We've got a number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness on the national symbols. We aim to have about 40 initiatives, and committee members that are here will definitely agree with me that when you watch your American movies, the first thing that you see is the American flag. They do not compromise when it comes to that. And we definitely need to move with speed to make sure that our national symbols really get that kind of a recognition. So the statutory bodies supported, we're looking at 4, and heritage site provisionally declared at 6, and I would have spoken to that earlier on, that we work in partnership with municipalities to really assist the department in terms of the public participation and the communities to identify heritage sites that we are going to declare. And it's open for public members to really suggest names and stuff like that. And in terms of fostering, social cohesion and nation building, we have an output indicator, and we have identified 20 dialogues that we are going to implement to make sure that we foster in our culture just discussion around social cohesion, nation building, acceptance, national identity, and all related matters. And these are the programs that definitely you will find participation and expression in. The next program is program 3 that deals with libraries and the archival services. And our archives, it's in Kagiso. So that is the only provincial archives that we have, it's in Kagiso. So we have under library and information services, because it's split into 2 subdirectorates. This one, it deals with library programs. We've got 7 in the archives. We've got 4 programs that are implemented through our archives, and so in Kagiso. Our first indicator in program 3 is the financial support that the department do to municipalities. So every year we transfer money to municipalities to implement, to help operationalize or implement library programs in our municipalities. So we'll transfer to all 9 municipalities. So 2, we have the Mzansi Libraries online program. And this is the program where we procure Xboxes, computers, tablets, and then we give, libraries to make sure that when you go to these libraries, they are user-friendly, and they are there in some of your libraries. You would have seen them yourselves. And we'll continue to provide support to local emerging authors. Some of you, I see, you have benefited a lot from this kind of a program, and we'll continue to implement 12 initiatives to support local emerging authors. And the reading programs implemented, you would know in the past, this was split. You would have the Born to Read and all different kinds of programs, but we are now focusing on the reading programs, that we are going to implement. So we'll have 75 reading programs throughout the 5 corridors that we are going to implement to respond to the challenges of reading in the country. And I'm sure you're quite aware with the stats, put by different research institutions. Public library awareness implemented. We're going to have 5 just to motivate people to make use of our libraries. And non-fee paying schools supported with library materials. This links to the one that I spoke to earlier on, when Tatemaja will provide, support to 410 schools. Here we come again in terms of the non-fee paying school, we are going to provide the support, the library support. And then NPO financially supported to promote youth literacy. We identify 15 targets, 15 NPOs to financially support so that they can assist the department to implement reading programs. And in terms of archives, which I said it's in Kagiso, What we do, they conduct registry inspections. So we are going to do this in the identified our target is 30. So we work with all the provincial departments, including the municipalities. So we're going there and do registry inspection. So we have identified 30. And then in terms of the public awareness program, just to educate people about the archives, we're going to have 10 programs so that you know what is happening in the archives, how can you make use of the archive yourselves. And then in terms of the records to be transferred to the archives from these different departments, including the municipalities, we've got a target of 3,000 records to be archived in this financial year. And then number of oral history programs conducted, we've got 10. And it would be nice, you know, for members of the community to at least visit the archives and see the work that the department is doing there so that you have a better understanding and appreciation of the work that we're doing. Program 4, Sports and Recreation. This is the last. It's got recreation, we've got school sport, we've got sport development and coordination, and competitive sport. So the total number of targets under Program 4 is 35. So we start with recreation. So here, active recreation coordinators to be appointed at 36. So we'll appoint 36 recreation coordinators. Advert will go out. I'm not sure if they've gone out already, HOD, I don't know, but adverts will go out and people will then be advised to apply. Then in terms of people trained in Siadlala, we have a target of 300, and the provincial indigenous games competition, make sure that our indigenous, games are restored. We've got a target of 6, and community games supported with equipment and attire. Community games supported with equipment and attire, we have identified 10 with equipment and attire. Then transfer to Gauteng Sports Confederation. HOD would have introduced earlier on members of the Sports Confederation are here, so we do one transfer so that they assist in implementing some of the programs that the mandate of the department. And then in terms of the active recreation festivals organized for elderly people, and I see a lot of them here, we are going to have 5 of them, I suppose, in each corridor. Our elders are really invited to make sure that they participate in this, just to deal with health, lifestyle, diseases and stuff like. So it's very important that we provide such services for you to participate. There was an interesting one, HOD chair, that was, it's a club of elders in Limpopo, in Venda in particular, when they were working very closely with the Department of Health. So baseline was taken to say that Sydney Love, when started, sugar level was at this point and all this, so there was a profile. With the participation over time, that proved to be working because sugar levels went down and diabetes controllable and all those kind of issues. So it's very important that we implement these kind of programs. We further aim to provide equipment and attire, and I need to indicate, this is a sector indicator. And what is a sector indicator, so that we are clear? A sector indicator are indicators that are set by the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, under Minister Mackenzie. So all provinces are expected to implement this. The difference will be the number per province. But we are expected under conditional grant to make sure that we procure this. Conditional grant, you can't use it for anything outside what is prescribed to do. So this 27 is the hubs that we are going to provide with equipment and attire. And in relation to school sport, earlier on I indicated of recreation coordinators that we are going to employ. And here we are, we've got 53 school sport coordinators that will be appointed. So that is part of the department creating job opportunities in the midst of these financial challenges. That as well will be done by the department, and 540 people will be trained to deliver sports programs. And that's an investment that we're making as a department. And school sport programs supported at the provincial level. Oh, thank you. It's a target, it's 6, and 65 school sport programs will be supported to participate at district level, and 600 learners will be supported to participate in the National School Sport Championship. So you can see the support that we provide to learners, especially our schools. So we've got schools to be supported to participate in Sport Wednesday program. We have a target of 580. Then we continue with school sport and SDC. So we've got sports ambassadors programs that we're going to support. We have identified 5, and we are continuing as well to provide equipment to invest in our sport. So equipment and attire at schools level. So it's important, and the chief director yesterday was indicating that this helps, when kids from well-to-do or rich families and others that are from to-do, when they compete together, you can't tell who comes from a poor family and who comes from a rich family. So it's important that we provide this to schools so that they look the same when they compete. People trained to deliver club development programs, 500, another good investment that we're making. And in terms of the local league clubs that are run by some of you that are in attendance today, so we have identified 36 local leagues, local leagues that we're going to support as a department. And then local community clubs. So there's the local leagues, the leagues that are run in the communities, so there are clubs. So we provide support to the leagues, and we provide as well support to the clubs. So you've got 360 clubs in this financial year that the department is going to provide support. I was just anticipating a clap of hands. We will end this financial year as well, continue with the recognition of our athletes, and we'll have annual Gauteng Sport Awards, and people train in the Learn to Swim program, 1,500, and sports academies to be supported. We have identified 6, and clubs provided with equipment and/or attire. Clubs again that are based in our communities, 120 will definitely, as a sector indicator, will definitely benefit from this. Now, we're moving to the very last directorate, competitive sport. So in relation to competitive sport, sport events to be financially supported through the bidding and hosting at 6, and the bidding and hosting is a committee that is chaired by the Premier and decides which programs to be supported. So give us money, and then we implement programs. Then the major sporting events financially supported is 3, international rugby events supported is 2, elite women in sports programs to be financially supported is 3, and we're going to as well support Gauteng-based NFD teams, 4 of them, and then we're going to have the iconic annual Mandela Remembrance Walk, and that is 1. Chair HOD, that is that in terms of the presentation, in terms of the APP. Then importantly to say, the CFO as it comes and presents, it's important to note that numbers have really gone down as a result of the budget. But we try to make sure that we keep it to what will continue to benefit the society, what will continue to benefit the community, and without losing the mandate and the vision of the department. In the midst of all the challenges, this is what we could come up with. Thank you very much.
Good morning to you, Chair of the session. Good morning to members of the community as well as portfolio committee members. Good morning to colleagues as well as the stakeholders. Mine is just a quick exercise to illustrate and elaborate what would have been a very difficult budget process in this current financial year. We, however, try to demonstrate what would have been the growth over the past 3 years comparing to the prior year and what will be the projection. I must say, as the finance person and a bearer of bad news, sometimes it doesn't speak me well that every time when I come to people, I tell them that there's no money. But however, it's the job that I'm hired to do. I must just continue. We move to the first slide. In this slide, now we try to demonstrate how has the department grown over time and what would have already been the economic challenges based on the country's economic outlook and the financial challenges that the country at large is experiencing, Gauteng as a province not spared. If we look into the 2021-2022 financial year, our department was just under 756 million as the allocation. That grew slightly in 2022-2023 to 851 million. And in the 2023-2024, it grew to 1,058 million. And in the last financial year, that is the 2024-2025, the main appropriation there, what was allocated when the financial year began, it was 1,090 million. During the processes of your reprioritization, rollover, as well as funds allocated during the adjustment budget, we had moved to 1,117 million, indicating that there has been a significant increase. But this is where now the challenges are coming forth, where we say, given the main appropriation baseline of 1,090, when you look into the current financial year and over the MTREF, it will indicate that we are not even hitting what we were mainly appropriated in the 2024-2025. It further says, even the adjustment was a better option in last financial year. However, in the current financial year, the economic outlook has decreased the department into 1,013 million, meaning that from main appropriation of 1,090 to 1,013, there's 77 million decrease. When you look at it in the context of where there's an adjustment budget, there's 104 million decrease. So in the absence of these financial challenges, and what is mainly depressing or what frustrates is that even in the 2027-2028, you are not even close to one of the two. You are not even close to the main appropriation. You are not even close to the adjusted appropriation. This, what does this indicate? This indicates that we must tighten the belt, which is not an easy thing to do. This means that service delivery is going to suffer. This means that we must do more with less. This means that we must also find efforts of collaboration, sponsorship, and actually coming to a point where we do things together. It is in this endeavor that we also indicate the following, that main of the appropriation are conditional grants based. So they come with the condition, you can't define where they must go, which now makes the kitty to be a bit small, where we are able to maneuver as the department. However, this will be explained in a different slide. Now there's a paragraph there, I think is the second paragraph. It will tell you that your provincial equitable share gives us 799 million, and then 705 in the 2025-2026. There's a decrease between 799 and 705 million, which now indicates that where you can maneuver in terms of movement of money, there's been a significant decrease, thereby causing service delivery challenges. However, we still don't despair under the circumstance. We find ways to deal with the financial challenges. We come to this slide and indicate that we do generate some revenue. But it can be noted that the revenue generation of the department is minimal in nature. It's minimal on the basis that our baseline for revenue generation is 411,000. So I've moved from billions and million, now I'm coming to thousand. That our baseline is 411,000. We have, however, revised it in the current financial year 2025-26 to be 429. And in increasing this financial adjustment, we're using a straight line basis of your normal inflation rate, calculated it by 4.5% plus 1. That increases the budget over the MTREF. These are mainly key assumptions in which we try to do our budgeting in, given the constraint and given the challenges. Our main assumption around the budgeting process is that everything that we fund on the basis that there is no money elsewhere or there is no additional money, we fund it from the existing baseline. And when funding it from the existing baseline, we look at the following measures and issues that we must deal with as a department. We now move to a point where we have to stringently put cost containment measures. Cost containment measures are across, they affect different aspect of the implementation of the budget. They ranges from your employees, they come to your goods and services, and also they come to your infrastructure projects. I think members of the community would also have realized that when we say we're doing one library, it's not pleasing, but at the end of the day, it will be maybe cutting our jacket to the size of our cloth on the basis that, one, we would want to make what we are supposed to do and make it to the fullest without necessarily compromising quality. And then when on number 3, we're saying we are stringently managing expenditure on compensation of employees. This has affected our employees greatly. We would talk to issues around travel allowance. We will also talk to issues around overtime, which also affect their livelihood. We, however, are putting also cost containment on the procurement that we do as a department. A lot of service providers will come to us and say, something at a bottle of water last year it cost 10 rand. Why is this year costing 6 rand? It's on the basis of the circumstances that we unfortunately find ourselves in. We also are trying to fund our issues through reprioritization. Reprioritization in this sense means where we also don't see high value impact or number of major community impact, and then we adjust it to a lesser amount and try to go to those projects that are high impact in nature in order to reach the entire community that we serve in Gauteng. And this has also affected the infrastructure prioritization project. I'll just move to the next slide and just indicate on the line item in which we have allocated the different votes. And in all line items, moving forward, I'll just use the comparative here, which is 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026. If we look into the revised baseline for administration program, it was 190 million. And from 190 million, we have took it to 165 million. Program 2, it was 256 million. We have now reduced it to 219 million, based on the baseline of the budget that we received. Program 3, it will also not be affected, and 4. And why are this program also trying to at least sustain? At least program 3 will not be affected, however program 4 will be affected. How are we sustaining this? Is that this program, that is program 3 and program 4, that's where conditional grants are. And we'll also demonstrate in the other slides that conditional grants in their allocation and in their nature through the department's allocation are increasing, while the equitable share of the department is decreasing. And program 3 is from 313 moving to 320 million. And program 4 is now from 358 million moving to 308 million, meaning there's a significant decrease there. We, however, are indicating line items in which economic classification is applicable. But we also want to draw an inference to line that is called payment for capital asset. In that line, that's where the indicative statement that Mr. Ndlovu would have done and say we're building one library. Our infrastructure revised amount of fixed structure was 29 million, as well as the assets was 55 million. But when you look into the 2025-2026, the assets line is sitting at 26 million from 55. The infrastructure line is sitting from 29 million, is now sitting at 19 million, indicating that in different areas, the department is really bleeding and is showcasing the essence of decreasing in what it provides, given the minimum amount that it would have been allocated or received. So meaning that the department for the past 2 years, it has not grown. We are, however, doing the paragraph that says, which is the last paragraph that says, the goods and services allocated a decrease of 382, meaning that we have bleed in that. However, when you go slightly into the last paragraph, we're saying transfers to the municipalities have also suffered in their nature, meaning that the transfers that we do to municipality, based on the fact that we have two methods of transfer, where you get from conditional grants and you also get from your equitable share. Based on the fact that the equitable share has decreased, the similar product that we provide to the municipality has also been affected adversely, which we will now find a reduction in terms of the transfers to the municipalities. We now indicate Film Commission, which has also seen a decrease or stayed the same. Film Commission over the years, when we allocated its budget and when we indicate its budget, it has been sitting from on a constant 41 million, 40 million. So there's never been a growth in this instant in terms of Film Commission. And this is the allocation that the department on annual basis transfers to Film Commission. And when you look at the 2024-25, the baseline has never changed. It has been 40,087 million. And then in this current financial year, it will be to 41,883 million. With regards to the type of municipalities that we transfer to, In Gauteng, we have different categories of municipality, that is category A municipality and category B. But with category C, there are no any other transfers that we do to that particular category. We have two categories, which is A and B, and those municipalities are City of Tshwane, City of Johannesburg, City of Ekurhuleni, Mirafong, Mogale City, Rand West, Lesedi, as Mfuleni, as well as Midval. These are the transfers that we make to these municipalities through the library grants or the library services grants that we normally transfer from the department. With that, Chair, let me pause here and thank the members of the committee.
Actually, can we get presentation from Jesse? We are going to take presentation from GFC. So after more, Reto Banale, an opportunity for the questions. So please note down when the presentation are being made so that you can ask once. Thank you.
Can you see it? Is it visible? Yeah.
Because I'm not getting any feedback.
Hmm?
Can you come here? Possible. Here. Yes, that one. Screen mirror. And separate. Okay, let me see. Yeah.
Thank you. Dumelang. Thank you, Chairperson. All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, HOD, as well as senior managers, the president of the Sports Confederation and the delegation, as well as our beautiful creatives. Ke a le dumedisa bo bohle ba heso. On behalf of the Gauteng Film Commission, I'll be taking you through just the annual performance plan for 25-26. And just to indicate that indeed the GFC has, as part of its new strategic plan, looked at how it can indeed leverage based on its limited funding. And you will indeed note that there will be a number of partnerships that we will be embarking on, as well as number of programs within the community. Outlining just the amount of targets and also to indicate how the GFC has been structured in this term. With the finalization of the organizational design, the GFC has amalgamated its core programs, which is the industry support and development, as well as the communication, marketing and communication. These are now under the partnerships, industry, and special projects. And you will note that there is a total of 19 programs, 19 outputs and indicators within that program. For corporate service, there is a total of 2 targets and 1 for financial management, and lastly for governance, which is dealt within the Office of the CEO, there are 2 programs. For the betterment of the community at large, I will just touch on the description of these programs. As I've indicated, program 1 is partnerships, industry, and special projects. This really looks at how do we support the development and sustainability of our creatives, as well as facilitating training and mentorship programs to empower our creatives, and lastly, to ensure that we support the audiovisual industry throughout the value chain. And we will also indicate how we're doing that by tracking the spend that is being done within our localities, especially when it comes to shoots and permits that take place within our local regions. Then in terms of marketing and communication, this sub-program really looks at promoting and providing visibility and positioning of the GFC. As we have seen in the past, when we come to various communities, Chair, some community members say they do not know or not aware of GFC and its services, and therefore we have introduced an awareness campaign. This is also to assist when it comes to engaging the community and our creatives in terms of alerting them of opportunities, but also with the funding that the GFC provides. Moving to program 2, which is corporate service. This is the amalgamation of our support programs, which is the ICT, which really is driving our digital transformation programs, as well as the human resource unit, which then looks at our employee and ensuring that indeed we are well trained, as well as an organization which performs at a high level. In terms of financial management, This program deals with our accountability and transparency and reporting that takes place through the financial reports that are provided to oversight, as well as ensuring that we are compliant and use best practices. Lastly, in terms of Program 4, we're looking at advocacy, strategy, and research outputs and functions, and also within this unit in the CEO's office is dealing with governance and secretariat to ensure that indeed the GFC is also listed as a public entity, but we'll get to that as we deal with the new outputs. For the year, outcome 1, which is developing audiovisual industry growth and sustainability programs. The first output indicator is number of strategic partnerships established with audiovisual broadcast platforms for local content distribution. The target is 1. However, we are indeed confident that and we are targeting the bigger broadcast and streaming platforms. However, we will be engaging and are planning to indeed surpass this by indeed partnering with other broadcast platforms so that indeed they can offtake the content that is created by our local creatives. Moving to the second output, to optimize regional film and location across Gauteng. There are 3 new outputs in this subcategory, which deals with establishing a number of tour locations conducted with international producers. This is really targeting the international market, and we've seen with the likes of Westgrow, where they go on the outbound missions, they are then able to outline and indicate the opportunities and locations that are there, and then bring them back to shoot within their region, which is in the Western Cape, and that's why they are also doing very well. And we are therefore trying to replicate that and to ensure also we are able to partner the various content creators with the international productions. We will be doing 2 for the year. Then in terms of number of film location formalized through location agencies. In the past, we've been indeed engaging with location agencies, committee members, and we are now wanting to formalize this to ensure that these agencies also have got contractual obligation and can then also, we start looking at also having location scouts, because I think, for instance, even here in Soweto and just around the corner by the towers, there are great locations that tourists and filmmakers use, and we will then need to then establish that database. For the year, it will be 5. Then number of production value spent in Gauteng province through permit facilitation. The target is 3 million, and with this, we are looking at tracking how much, when we issue out permits as the GFC, how much of those permits go to, or how much spent goes into hospitality. I was talking to one of the creatives earlier on to say that if they've got a house and it's a B&B, the GFC is looking to start listing those. If you've got equipment as a creative, you need to come and indeed enroll with the GFC on our website on the one-stop shop and ensure that we are able to profile your services to the broader industry. If you've got transportation services, you also need to, and especially if it's specialized transport that supports various camera and various equipment for the creative industry, please also sign up and so that we are able to profile your services. Moving to outcome 2, which is to transform the industry through specialized skills training and enterprise development. Here we're looking at our skills training workshops, both accredited and non-accredited. For the year, we are doing 5 for each subcategory. So there will be 5 for the accredited workshop, whereby indeed we have indeed looked at ensuring that we're also utilizing new technology and empowering our creatives through accredited programs. We have also then reduced the master classes as per the recommendation, so that indeed we are able to increase the amount that we provide for the accredited trainings, because those trainings take much longer. And you are also then able to get a certificate after the accredited training. Moving to enterprise development, the number of audio-visual SMME startups supported with equipment and resources. The target is 15 for the year, and the committee and the community will indeed note that as we look at the previous year, which is 2024-2025, we were sitting at 25 of these equipment packages that we provided, and I am glad to see there's a number of beneficiaries that are also in the room. The rationale for this, Chair and committee members, is that even the creatives had also urged the GFC that we need to increase the package value, and we have then heeded that call, and we were anticipating to get more funding this year. However, with the funding that we received, we then took the decision to reduce the number of packages that we are then putting out or giving out, and which really relate to your drone equipment, your production equipment, as well as your editing suite. Another new indicator that I will be looking that I will outline is number of collaboration projects initiated through VR, AR, and gaming hackathons. This is also in partnership with the various institutions of higher learning, as well as other private sector organizations which are specialized in this content creating and development, whereby for the year we will be doing 3. We are indeed hoping to get more partners and more funding for this in the outer years. Still under skills development and enterprise development, I just touched on a number of collaborative projects with local stakeholders and educational institutions to support the development of those, of the previous initiative and the gaming as well as VR content. We are then looking to, this year, aggressively establish those partnerships with 6 of these institutions, so that in the outer year we are able to indeed roll out more content. That's why this year it's a much smaller number for the VR and gaming partnerships. Then, number of emerging audiovisual artists and filmmakers in the incubation program. This is another new initiative whereby we have seen that there is a number of great and potential creatives who need to be housed in an incubation center, and we are then looking to indeed also partner with various organizations to create this incubation. However, the GFC was looking to have its own specialized audiovisual incubation hub, and we had indeed looked at and put proposals to the province to even look as part of the revitalization of the city of Joburg. So we are indeed still anticipating that initiative to take place in the coming years, sorry. So 10 creators will be housed within this incubation program. Moving to outcome 3, enhance economic development and job creation. This is really aligned to provincial priorities. We are then looking at number of audiovisual projects produced supporting Gauteng cultural and heritage tourism. We have, in the past, we were looking at just heritage and historic content. We are continuing to support that theme, but we are then adding the tourism element as we are planning to work closely with our sister agencies within the sector to ensure we are able to indeed have greater content and also to fund it at a higher margin. Number of jobs created from projects supported for the year is 800. Number of productions supported. I'm sure our creatives have been eagerly looking at why they don't see feature film, emerging filmmaker, and the other subcategories that we'd have. These are all now housed under this output indicator. It's a total of 20, plus the other 4 that we took out for the heritage and tourism, makes it a total of 24 production projects that we will be supporting for the year. We have also in this subcategory introduced the animation as also its standalone, because to align with the national, as there is also going to be special funding for animation, and also there's different criterias for animation projects. We are then also having that to say animators can also apply and compete against each other and not against those who are doing dramas and feature film. The number of individuals attending a regional film showcase, this is our audience development and those screenings that we host or that we support. A total of 9,000 attendees is the target for the year. Number of distributors engaged to create distribution opportunities, supported productions. This is also a new indicator whereby we have also seen the need to, as the GFC, to have formal partnerships and agreements with distributors, because there's a lot of content that has been created within Gauteng and through the GFC, that GFC has supported over the years, but does not able to be showcased on the mainstream platforms, and distributors play a big role, especially for also those content creators who want to take their content to other regions, whether it's Asia, whether it's North America. Distributors are always key, and having that distribution license and agreement is important. Therefore, with the partnership of 2 distributors, we are then confident that we will be seeing more locally produced content in other regions. Moving to provincial signature festivals supported. There will be 3 for the year. We are then also just, the criteria for this is really looking at the festivals that host from 3,000 to 5,000 attendees. So we are looking at our bigger festivals, as the other festivals or the local community screenings will be supported through the previous audience development of 9,000 attendees. Then number of festival attendance of filmmakers supported. This is was done more as an operational target to support various festivals that we support, especially those within within South Africa, whether it is Durban or in the Western Cape. The set target is 14. There is indeed always a high demand for this, Chair, and we were anticipating to also have more funding to support this initiative so that our content creators can go and pitch and represent themselves and get also more expertise through the master classes that are hosted in these festivals. Moving to outbound, number of outbound missions, trade missions supported. A total of 3 will be supported for the year. And then number of individuals reached through awareness campaigns. This is a new indicator to support, as indicated, the awareness of GFC services, especially funding opportunities, whereby 400 individuals will be targeted in the year. Then moving to our support or corporate service, starting with the ICT, percentage of projects contributing to digital transformation. A total of 60% of the projects that the GFC will be implementing will need to then align towards digital transformation that the ICT strategy has outlined. The number of employees that receive training as per the approved training plan, it's a total of 20% of the GFC employees. Then, in terms of financial management, the output indicator is a strong internal audit function. This is to ensure that we, as a 2025-2026 target is to receive an unqualified audit outcome and for the GFC to receive a clean audit as it has done in the past 5 years. In terms of research, we will be conducting a research study to do industry analysis and benchmarking. And then lastly, in terms of governance, we are then implementing or tracking the GFC listing as a public entity. This is to ensure that indeed we regularize and additional funding is then able to be attained by the GFC, and also we're able to partner with other institutions and receive funding through various conditional grants as well. Thank you, Chair. Lastly, in terms of just the budget, which is also an important, sorry, I was going to hand over to the CFO of the GFC, but he has indicated that I may proceed to share the not so good news that I think the department has already outlined, that GFC received a marginal increase of 800,000 rand from its previous financial year, and a total of 40.8 million will be received for operational as well as program implementation. Starting with Program 1, for partnerships, industry, and special projects, a total of 17.2 million for our core programs, which is the ISD and marketing combined. Then for Program 2, corporate service, just 1 million will be allocated or has been allocated for ICT as well as human resource. For Program 3, financial management of the GFC is 21 million. And then for Office of the CEO, which deals with the advocacy as well as governance matter and legal as well, it is 1.3 million, as well as stakeholder is also within that budget. In total, Chair and committee members, GFC will be implementing its programs with the 40.8 million that it has received from the provincial fiscus. Thank you, Chair and committee members. That is the presentation from the GFC.
Thank you very much for both presenters for the presentations. Now, we are going to embark on question sessions. So what we are going to do, we are going to take hands from this row and this row. So we'll start with this row, and then after, I will come to this side, ne? Please, when we take questions, this is what we are going to do. We are going to give you 2.5 minutes. And if you feel that someone has already raised the same questions, just pass it and say, it has been asked. And then the department will be taking notes. After all questions, we will give them another opportunity to come and respond. So I will start with taking hands. Bagaja. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, Mama Mo, 5, Ausi, 6, Abuti, 1, 2, Black, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 for Ausi, 13, Abuti, 1, 2, red, 14, Mama Mo. 14 was 40, 15. Okay. So 11 this side and then 15 again. So in that order, please. Okay. You can come this side. Please introduce yourself and then you can then ask questions so that we can record.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm just worried that the HOD is not here. I'm a bit worried that the HOD is not here. Or the MECs. Let's wait for the MEC colleagues. Asli the MEC.
Oh, okay. He's receiving the MECs here.
Nakia. Was then? We are happy.
Let's also welcome the MEC.
Nani ngoba emisi ukhona uzayivalela. Sumphakathi.
Yes, we may continue.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes, my name is Tobela Dlamini. the chairperson of CIFS and Gauteng. Welcome, Honorable MEC. You came at the right time. One, we have questions that we just wanted to throw to the House as the creative sector. We have seen the report, which we are not going to dwell too much on because we are not part of the process of doing that particular report. But we have these following questions that we wanted to raise, colleagues. One, through you, Chair. In Gauteng, there's a process of having a National Arts Council rep in that NAC. We want to know which section 4 was implemented in order for us to be told on social media that we have a representative. That's one. Also, we just wanted to also ask at least the MECs here. MEC, when are you going to meet us as the creative sector officially so? Ask us, team. We don't know you. We'll want to have an engagement with yourself. We've been asking for it. It's not forthcoming. We don't know why. Also, we wanted to ask a question regarding this APP strategic planning meetings. Who made input in terms of the creative sector when us as the sector was not invited, but sports was there? SMMEs in Gauteng are suffering. We have something called bidding and hosting. Companies have been waiting for the past 9 months for their payments to be done. Till to date, nothing is happening. We want to know, would it departments, is it its work to kill our SMMEs or to empower SMMEs? Same applies to the granting aid. Children are waiting, programs are stalled, as Sebens, Singama Creatives. We want to know, when are we getting this particular thing sorted out from the department? Regarding GFC, just want to say this. I want to know, what GFC, is it a commission or an events management company? We want to know this part. We also want to understand, the G20 is here. G20 is here in Gauteng. We are just observers. What is our role as a sector when it comes to G20? We want to know what is the role of the creative sector in G20. Also, there's an issue that was raised in a presentation by our leader here, Babu Ndlovu. There's an issue of a library in Kagiso. I've been raising these things for years because it's next to my house. That library gets to be refurbished every time. Maraiga Vula till today. You know, Chair, I've raised this matter with yourselves. We want to know when is that thing gonna be in operation, because it's a job creation setup that will create jobs for other people who are into that particular space. With regards to the budget issues that were raised from the CFO, saying that there are problems and challenges with the budget. Our view as the creative sector is that the department must do the following cuts. Cut off the salaries of the top management of this department, was Asas Benson, especially in the Arts Center. Booking of Ama Bedgewood instead of using your own offices, it is also costly to the department. You have programs that are very much unnecessary to the sector, that you keep on doing on your own with your own friends. Cut those programs and talk to us as a sector. We'll tell you what needs to be done. If you don't engage us, we are not going to be part of those particular programs. We also wanted to say something. One of our colleagues here, Uzwangendab, he's got a letter that GFC said he has been paid man. I said to him this morning when he reported the matter to me as the chair, I said, we are going from here to Cleveland Police Station. We are going to open up this case of this guy. There's money that is claimed to be put it in his account by GFC. We want that thing to be investigated thoroughly because people's names are being tarnished. We must get that thing right. I'm fighting for creatives and I'll always fight for them. Every opportunity I get, I will fight for you. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ngiyabona ukuthi anisifuni ngikhulume ne. Yeah. Okay. Igama lami uBrian Wantombela. Ngibuya kuMalvern Athletics Club. I'm a sports and art activist. Okay, okokuqala nje ngiqale jwayele ukuthi mhlawumbe mangizela kuma meeting ngiyalwa. Nithi uyalwa, uNtombela uyalwa. Noma ekhuluma kahle uyalwa. Guys, ngizocela ukuthi ngisukumise ubaba uSydney Ndlovu. Baba Ndlovu, ngicela usume bakubone bhuti. Suma bakubone umsebenzi wenzile kuma library ase Gauteng. Ngicela nimshayine izandla bafowethu. Angithi funa sikhuluma amaqiniso ukuze noma umuntu enze khona wrong abone ukuthi wenze wrong. Ngiphinde futhi ngisukumise uMashudu. Mashudu sukuma sisi. My club was struggling with ithola my license, and I went to her office and they bailed me out. Bank tengela my license club yam. You understand? Thank you, Mashut. Again, ngiphinde ngibonge i-office lika MEC ukuthi li provide ibhasi lama athlete ase Gauteng eli right eline heater ene toilet ukuthi baye comrade marathon. Ngisho lokho ngoba I was fighting uSisiphila Sande nangu uyazi, she knows, no Sis Anna. They work on that program until sathola proper transport to go to Comrade. At the same time, guys, as much as ngilwa, but I have to acknowledge izinto engenzela zona nelizenzela abanye abantu. Ibhasi kwangelokuthi gibele mina ngedwa, kwakuthi gibele Gauteng athlete bahambe ngebhasi ene toilet. Imagine abantu bezohamba ngebhasi elingena toilet ubusuku bonke lingena heat, kwakunto ezobahlungu kanjani. Kwakuzophoxa ku-MEC la kuthiwa u-MEC wase Gauteng. Kwangekuthi uphila sanda, kwakuthi u-MEC wase Gauteng is ignoring ama-athlete. So, ngamanye amazwi, ngiyanisiza ukuthi nenze izinto ezi-right, kodwa nina nibona ngathi ngiyanihlupha, nize ningibloke nasemafonini. Sengidlulileke lapho, ngicela ukubeka kama-issues ami. Ngicela ukuthi ngidile ne-portfolio committee, guys. Guys, asiniboni nenzani. We don't see you where you work. Izinto zase-Gauteng sizizwa le eParliament. Soweto marathon things, sizwa lapha. CGA thing, sizwe Parliament. Netball, sizwe Parliament le Cape Town. Nikhona kodwa nina nithi niyasebenza. Ama political party athi deploy ukwenzani la. Mhlawumbe mangase sibuza umbuzo ukuthi oversight ukwenzani, mhlawumbe singaba ne-answer lapho ukuthi nini niyenza ngoba because manje la nichopha amafoni, unfocus, anikwazi ukuthotha ama note, ngiyahluleka ukunderstand ukuthi why nilapha na. Okwesibili, sicela i-report yama poster u-300 la kwakuyiqashwe ngesikhathi sikambali. Niyakhumbula ama post lawo? Yebo, sicela ukwazi ukuthi kwaqashwa abantu abangaki lo report leyo ukuthi abangaka abaqashwa, abasala abangaki. Laba ngaqashwe bayekelweni bangaqashwa. Siyezwa ukuthiwa nifuna ukuthuthukisa, anikwazi ukusithuthukisa ningahlangene nabo Kate Seat, ama-seat, why ningahlangana nama-seater nini, ni department. Isiphi skill esi-accredited enizosinika umphakathi. Ngoba each and every day, sibona ku social media, into enipostayo, strategic meeting, njalo koze kuphela unyaka ubuka i-social media yenu. Strategic meeting, nalama game lawa, anama trophy 200 rand, yabona la cheap. And ngifike ngibe worried ukuthi these people, they say they want to empower the community. But that is not empowerment. Guys, yekani ukugijimisa abomshito ozanele mbokazi ama-event into ekudala zikhona. Go down on the ground with development. Nisize grassroots level. Abantu abakhomenta la, abantu abangadumile, kodwa they doing good on the ground. Kodwa abanakwa because akabuyi kumshito. Or akawuyena usibanibani. Or akabuyi kuzanele mbokazi okuthiwa waye gospel what. Namanje i-department isamsupport indoda kazanele mbokazi. Ekubeni asashona uzanele umnyazi walokhu uzana. Usabenefit eGauteng. Buyibuza ukuthi abantu baseGauteng babenefita kanjani kulonto le uyabona. So ke bafethu mina ngizama ukuthi ake sibe neqiniso. And okwesithathu ngicela ukucomplain ngendaba i-department ethi igcwele ama-cadre too much abantu abangazilutho abangena capacity. Abantu othi umbuzo umbone ukuthi akayazi nani into ayenzayo. Okwesithathu o number hayi angisananga nange-number sisi. Sicela i-report ye-city to city marathon eyenziwe i-department ne-Soweto marathon. Asikwazi ukuthi umphakathi ungabenefiti kuzobenefita the wrong people. People of Soweto must benefit. Bantu baseSoweto. Bantu baseSoweto. Nikhona. Nikhona. I-Soweto marathon anbenefiti kuyona niyakwazi lokho. Anbenefiti. Buzani nangu MEC. Nibuze na i-management department ukuthi kuza kanjani ukuthi bengabenefita ama-club aseSoweto. Siphinde sikhulume nge-city to city marathon. Iphi report yakhona siyayifuna ukuthi sifuna ukwazi ukuthi imali ziyafika ziyabasiza nabantu on the ground. Sengiyaqeda ngiyazi ukuthi mangishaya kakhulu vele ngikhathwe kapho. Okay, ngiyabonga kakhulu bafowethu ngesikhathi MEC siyajabula ukukubona noma ungiblockile nje kodwa siyajabula ukubona.
Sanibona. Lo khulumayo uGauteng nemthethwa protocol is observed ihlalo ngokushiyana kwazo. Siyabonga ngoba uMEC usefikile. MEC, I'm a filmmaker mina by profession. My company is called Black Content Studios and I'm here for GFC. They just gave us a report here 48 million which is one page. So angazi ukuthi basidelela noma kanjani. Cela usitshele ukuthi basitshele ukuthi i48 million iyenzeni. Hayi besinikeze ipage elilodwa. Okwesibili bakwethu iGFC has become an events company njobe eshilo uDlamini. From January to December iGFC always has an event but filmmakers are not funded. I was told ukuthi filmmakers will only be funded once a year. And nakhona you must choose very careful what you are applying for. If you apply for funding to do a film, just know that you won't be funded to go to film festivals or for marketing and distribution. And the lonto ibhlungu ngoba the industry is not growing. However, GFC is always posting. Yabo nje umuntu osebenza eGFC yilo social media number 1 ngeloya. Yabo number 1 ngoba yonke into enziwe eGFC is always up to date. Uyibeka phambili. Kodwa iofficial sebenzi okubhlungu ukuthi the CEO is not even here to account. Kithina singama filmmaker. It's frustrating, Mr. Mac. Our businesses have been SMMEs for 10 years. 10 years we've been SMMEs. Yet, I'm a business abelungu. You guys are funding people from Western Cape to come and do films in Joburg. But Tina in Joburg were not funded. There's a project at Mazeze. It is the producer is a white boy from Cape Town. They funded him. They funded a Cape Town boy. And I didn't MEC. MEC. In 2021, when MEC Shope was the MEC of the position that you are holding, I put in a proposal forward for Ikagiso Archive Center. Look, we cannot have a provincial archive center sitting kungenzeki lutho. Let's turn that provincial archive center into an archive of the future. What do we do? Whatever records that are there, that are papers, let's digitize them. And let's shoot films as filmmakers. I mean, I've already shot 2 films. 2 films, and one of the films, we won an award out too. And it got nominated for 8 film festivals. To show Uguti I am working, we want to change Gauteng. Uguti Kule. We want to industrialize this province. But we cannot do that. Uguti abantu abane budget ya 48 million bazosizela ne 1 page nemali asiyazi uthishonephi. Asikwazi. Sicela ukuthi basitshele ukuthi imali bayenze because Mr. Magna namhlanje ngisayiphethe mina incwadi from uElizabeth Mbatha where me and you no Mambata we were talking on how to convert the archive center into a center of the future. Kunento futhi engiphatha kabi. We hear our officials coming here telling us about industrial revolutions, but ask them what do they understand about these industrial revolutions. They'll tell you about gaming, they tell you about this, they tell you about this. But if they had to put it into practice, they don't know anything. they do not know anything. The people that are in power don't have ideas. And the people with ideas are not in power. And it's frustrating, lento leyo. Let me see. GFC yakhipha i-call April, and the call was already late. Till today, we haven't received our results ukuthi who's getting funded and for what. As I told our result. And the interplungu MEC, the last time I was funded as a filmmaker was 4 years ago. Maubuza kwa GFC, I'm always falling under the threshold in number 21 because they can only fund the 20. But every year I'm number 21. It's frustrating, Leon Tole. I cannot be number 21 4 years in a row. Because what you are saying is compliance compliance we are mastering it. Now we are still is number 21 and they are funding people from other provinces. So MEC, we're tired of our businesses, SMMEs. We want to do business with government. We want to be service providers for zonke lezi zinto enizenzayo as a department and entities. It cannot be ukuthi nizosibiza ku-engagement ekanje where filmmakers are needed bese nizosihlalisa phakathi kwebhomu, ibhomu leli. This is a service provider nizenayo. But if you yafaka ibhomu la phambi kwenu. Thina sikhona, we've got the skills, we know exactly how to work this. But your service providers, because abangani men, bafika basifaka phakathi kwamabhomu. MEC, we're tired ukuthi siloku sitshela ukuthi the department and these entities will support young women. Yet these young women are nowhere to be found. We've never even seen one of these young women that they are claiming ukuthi they are funding. Bakhipeni sibabone. And the young people angifuna nokukhuluma because mina I'm 33 this year. In 2 years' time I'll be 35. Go back to no, you are no more a young person. And guess what? We're not getting support.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kancane ma, sengizovala. Kancane. Bakwethu, iyodwa mina into engiyicelayo. If the MEC has failed the same way as these entities ezingaphansi kwakhe zisfailure, MEC, we're going to boycott your office. We're going to make sure ukuthi ngeke uphinde ungene. And they were going to ask you for your resignation along nabo bonke abantu abakusebenzelayo because 90% abantu abakusebenzelayo they are useless. And they are very arrogant, and they don't know how to conduct themselves in front of the industry. Thank you.
Dumelang, my name is Mpho Ntlatleng. I'm a filmmaker, and I also run an accredited organization, accredited by the CETAs, all protocol observed. My fellow comrades and our politicians. I was hoping and pleading that we have a feedback session after all of this because we have these sessions and then what happens? 2 years after this and then there's a new MEC, there's new, can we have a feedback session from our questions with proper answers? Secondly, the chairperson mentioned 4IR and Meg was also speaking about digital transformation, yet we are an industry that is so digitally inclined, yet you must still pay for your own digital tools from your own pockets. I am asking and I'm pleading, can they be a digital and an AI tool grant of some sort? We cannot be paying US dollars, we don't even have funding. But when you want to edit, when you want to record, you have to buy digital tools. Please, even if it means engagement with eGov or whichever department, please. Aholo rona that are now tapping into animation and VFX, even the same AR and all of that, it needs digital tools. Those things are expensive. I was looking at one yesterday, it's 14,000 Rand a month. And then we are, please, asking for an increase, GFC, because wow. We get 100,000 for skills development. And it must be accredited. With 100,000, you must train 30 people. You have to pay an assessor, a moderator, and you have to pay a facilitator and get it accredited. There's no way. That literally covers 8 people. And then ugcina sokolota batho beba rujile chelete. And then MEC, because you are the education MEC as well, we've been pleading for GCRA. We are seen as a sector ya batho ba sa batleng ho ya sekolong. We are asking that we have access to GCRA. I've been applying. I run learnerships, I run internships, I run accredited programs. I've been applying literally as GCRA since 2019. Can for once barenke serious. We want to run these programs. Now the MEC or education is now our MEC, right? So please, Rakupa, so that we are seen as the intellects that we are. Because intellectual is not always about somebody being a doctor or a nurse, but also the importance of having creatives that go to school, even if it's not for creative, qualifications. We need lawyers, we need accountants, we need business administration, so that we are not just SMMEs, so that we grow. And then also, we are asking to publish the results, the outcomes of GFC and also the granting aid, so that there is transparency. Because they will say there's the POPI Act and whatever, but there's exclusions when it comes to state funds. They are hiding behind the POPI Act because they want to fund their friends and family. So we want to see names and amounts. And on that, we also need to understand already corridors, because there's people that are getting money from corridors. By the way, without a call out, by the way. So we need to understand who deals with the corridors and why is there no transparency. And then lastly, I wanted to touch a bit on partnership and intergovernmental relationships, right? Especially, and I'll speak on behalf of filmmakers, where it could be a synergy between GFC and the music department, where they can get MOUs, MAC, with the music channels, please. So that as filmmakers, we can shoot music videos and make an income, but we can also be a platform for musicians. So there's a synergy between that. But the only way we can do it is if the department starts speaking to these channels for us. Thank you.
Sanbonani, Unozipho Nguse, from Sisterhood Arts Foundation, Sibingelele MEC, bese ngithi all protocol observed. I've got 4 points, MEC. Ngizocela ukuthi kukhulunywe ngendaba ye-arts education in schools, kukhulunywe ngendaba yokuthi kuzo empower abantu. Sicela ama-corridors, ngiwi-central mina. Senze sure ukuthi si-identify those coordinators ngendlela. Because we got our legends, abangasakwazi ukucula, abangasakwazi uku-acta, but they can do more. So siyacela ukuthi kuma-corridors, singathathi noma ubani, because siyabazi abantu abakhona kuma-corridors. Honorable, I'm speaking here proudly saying I'm an ambassador, South African 54 mamas. Uyazi director. I represented South Africa as Zambia last year. Okuguthi kancane mhlambe uyazi MEC. So MEC, with all due respect, sicela uku-empower abantu base Gauteng. We are hosting next year 54 mamas in South Africa. Inikwe mina ukuthi ibuye ize ngapha. We have 17 countries that will be coming here in South Africa. Ngiyacela MEC, we have to empower ogogo bezo exhibit umsebenzi wabo, abantwana bazodansa, naba abantu be visual. Sicela ukuqasha bona ama-artist wethu, singathathi abanye abantu. Sicela kuzoshanela omama bethu. If sithi sinama coordinators kuwo wonke ama-corridors, those coordinators will be assisting each other ukuthi siyenze i-conference ibe successful. Because nathi masifike Zambia, we were celebrities. Angithi kubhekwa igama ngaphandle kumanye ama-countries ababheka igama ababheka umsebenzi. We are on the ground. We need ukuthi sikwazi uku-empower isheka. Bese kube yesithathu, we again requesting a partnership with the department. We are celebrating women who fought during apartheid. The spirit of 1956, where sithi umuntu wesifazane uhlukumezeke kanjani kwi-industry uwe oyikhulumayo. Siyacela futhi ukuthi sikwazi uku-empowera abantu base-Gauteng. Singathi siyothatha kwamanye ama-province. If sithi we are si develop lento economy yala kufanele kwenzeke la. Eyokugcina nansi baba. LGBTQI and angizazi ziningi iona lezo. Siyacela ama-organization, we are dealing with that, MEC. Namanye ama-organization, ngeke ngithi sisterhood. Siyacela ukupartnera. Singaboni sesibona Van der Merwe benikwa ama-opportunity because lento le inemali. Thina sesiqashwa sekuthiwa wozokhuluma. Sifuna uku-empower omama bahlukumezekile. They are abused endlini. They bane depression. If we partner with all departments as an organization, siyakwazi ukulanda abantu bethu ama-artists ukuthi akwazi ukuzosebenza. That's an empowerment. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga sanibonani, MEC, all protocol observed. Igama uGregory Wakamkhabela, Director of Africa Umoja, the musical show, and also Director of Personal Lifeguard Services. Who knows this about the arts? I will leave the arts, but I'll go straight to swimming. I think sometime in Alexandra, we had a session while the MEC was Murakane, sorry. I introduced something to the department, and I'm happy that now they're doing it. There was a LTS program that I said I would like to do, which is Learn to Swim, which I saw on your thing that is happening. I'm happy if it's happening, but I would like it to be done properly and be done by people who deserve it. Right now, you have introduced Dama Sport at school, and I don't know where he's swimming in that, if ever it is there. And again, I would like to know, if you're going to introduce sports in schools, where are those kids going to swim? Because honestly speaking, if you can look right here, there's a swimming pool right now. Go and check how is that condition of that swimming pool. There's a swimming pool at Chaulani, which was constructed. It's a dead elephant. There's a swimming pool at Rizik. There's a swimming pool at Orange Farm. I can mention, I don't know how many pools that are not working. Right now, I just finished a program that I went and got sponsors from Canada. I have trained 13 lifeguards. I've trained 7 lifeguards that they've upgraded. Now, the only problem is those guys are now qualified. They are lifeguards. City of Joburg employs 270 lifeguards every season. And I can tell you now, 110 of those lifeguards are from Gauteng. The other remaining numbers, they are not from Gauteng. Here in Soweto, Nama swimming pool more than 13. If you go there and find out how many people from Soweto are working there. So right now, Lama lifeguard and to a trainer, where are they going to work? I would like that to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for inviting us into this meeting, which is a wonderful thing that you have done, and I've been emphasizing on this meeting, Chair, through our private chats. When I spoke to you, I said, Chair, can you please call us for a meeting? MEC, thank you so much. I'm the elephant that has been spoken about, the letter that I received, a report actually, that I received from GFC that mentions me that I received money 2023-2024. I had a meeting with your chief of staff. I really appreciate his effort in trying to intervene. In that meeting, there was a resolution, MEC, to say the GFC has to write a refutal letter to say they are refuting the report that they've given to your office and also to the legislator. To this hour, they have never done it.
I'm hearing that CEO is not in the office, is off sick, which maybe she's shying away from responding or taking accountability to what she has done, because that has damaged my name, my reputation. I also thank the HOD for intervening when I was in need of him. He tried to speak it out so that it got the attention of your office. So my colleagues have spoken. I really appreciate that. But MEC, let's start here. Through you, Chair. We've got a problem of GFC running under budget. From 2015, if I'm not mistakenly, GFC has not been funded well. And let me tell you, through you, Chair, one camera costing us 5K now. Netflix wants us to have a 5K camera. It's costing us 920,000 per month when you're renting it. It's not yours, you're renting. Be in mind, it's a gadget. It can get broken now, and you're not doing anything with it, and you need to get it and go and, fixing it, it's a problem on its own. So one camera, you need 3 cameras for you to produce a movie or a drama series that can be heard in the international level. Pity that I've got an international license with me, which is from Paramount Pictures. To this date, I have to go to production. I have to employ 407 people, 41 indirect, which will be supervising those who are employed. To this hour, MEC, the National Department wants me to have a 10%. Where would I get a 10%? There's no 10% anyway. We can't even get it from GFC. 10%, MEC, where would I get it? And number 2, the last one, MEC, is that can your department please go and revise this budget they've given to the GFC? Filmmakers are supposed to go to Durban International Film Market. They can't even go. It's gonna go, I think they cater for 5, if I'm not mistaken. They only cater for 5. The whole Gauteng, 5. MEC, we don't even have enough money to eat in Durban. I'm going, but I don't have enough money to eat. Oh, my sister here doesn't even have accommodation. Please, MEC, look into that. My name is Zwangendaba. Zwangendaba.
No, give 4 mona. I get 11 ka mohare. Butlepe. To mona. Baso ka mbabu wa kupa batle mona re khono. 11 I get
I
this
look, you
side.
say this thing then. And the reason why we now coming forward, you were in that row this side, dang it. So go back to that row, because now it's now getting out of order. Mamel, sharp.
Number 11.
Sharp.
Okay.
Number 11. So meaning number 12 that side. Because my hand I was this side.
Only 11 this side.
No, sharp. Bamela. It can't be correct, ne? Retile meeting in Gauteng. It can't be correct to if and so you guys, you were in that row again. Bale county legada. So wait for your term then. So that okay. So chair.
No, it's only 4 that spoke this side.
Yeah.
Go that side,
So,
and then after 11, yes, if you're number 10 is fine. After 11 speaks this side, and then we are going to come this side, please.
Chair, so since I'm there, 2 minutes, I have only 2 questions. So I'm not going to be wrong, so that because I'm already in the mic. I'm representing a sector called Minowa Tlepentep. This sector, Honorable Chairperson, and let me greet the MEC, greet the Portfolio Committee, and greet everyone. I hear the presentations by everyone. For an example, with soccer, sports, and whatever the leagues, there's grants that goes to these leagues. We hear the reports here. We hear there's filmmakers, they have budgets and all those. In these communities, we have people who are entertaining communities week in, week out. you go to community halls every week, every Saturday, every Sunday. Members and choir choristers in Klepentep, they fill these halls. You guys supporting one artist, you leaving thousands, and you said mass participation. Why do you continue to marginalize MEC in your department? You marginalize Mino at Klepentep. We fight for this space every day. Because we're not charismatic? I don't know. Recently, and this is for the 3rd year, we've had Mino at Klepentep Awards. Your department continues to fund Crown Awards from KZN. And awards in Gauteng are not being supported by your department. I've pleaded with you. I've pleaded with your department. I continue to plead again to the portfolio committee. You, all of you public representatives, you're not government. You are representing the people. You are elected and voted by the people. So you yourself, you are from these choirs, you know that. These choirs have been marginalized by apartheid. They are still being marginalized today. When they speak, all of them, you listen to all officials. No one is speaking about indigenous music. Indigenous music called Klepentep. One of the first choirs to record in September is turning 60. It's called Barorisi Bamurena. They are turning 60 years this year. We have recorded albums. We continue to record albums every week. In Soweto alone, MEC, we have 450 choirs. Each choir has got between 50 and 150 members. These are the people of Gauteng. Our stepchildren in Gauteng as Mino at Klepentep. Are we not entertaining you every week? In your funerals, and I'm talking to the community now, in your funerals, every week, asibana di choir batlang batlo bina go di funeraleng. These children, they go to funerals of this community. They entertain everyone. They entertain everyone. No one is, these kids, they have to struggle to get uniforms. They have to struggle to go to performances. It's even worse, HOD. Recognition. We're not saying give us grants, like these leagues that you have conditional grants for them. But we have one thing only in Gauteng. Annually we have awards. We just had them last weekend at Gold Reef City. Those of you who watch them on Dumisa, you will agree with me. Those awards were not funded, even 1 cent. We have requested the department for 3 years. We've spoken to the premier, we've spoken to the MEC, is my brother, is here, is my comrade as well. Yes, I'm a member of the NC, it's not a secret. So, but we do not get help. We do not get support as Mino at Klepentep. And I think we can't be hated by apartheid. You know why apartheid hated Mino at Klepentep? It's because Mapostola, Lady Bishop, they were harboring the so-called terrorists. Again, they were calling comrades terrorists. So these bishops, they are the ones who used to sneak these comrades out of the country, take them to exile. Freedom fighters were hiding in these choirs. And that is why the system hated these choirs. You too now, you are hating these choirs. You are not supporting them. What have we done? Why can't we be liberated in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Due to time constraint, the 2 minutes, I would like to cover only 2 points. But I would also like to recognize my leadership, especially my director from school sports, who is here. Can you just greet the people, sir? No, it's not. Okay, let me also recognize my president from the Sports Council, Mr. Vivian Lottering. When I say Mr. Vivian, they'll think maybe I'm talking to a lady. Can you just stand up, sir? Yes, Mr. Vivian, and also Mr. Yasin, you are recognized. Thank you very much that I'm going to make these inputs while we are here. First and foremost, my name is Twice Mahotla. I'm the member of the Ward Committee in Ward 25, leading the Community Development 1, which is deals with sports. Now, the problem in Ward 25, which will cover, I think, all the wards, is that we don't have facilities. In Ward 25, we used to have facilities which are now taken. Now I'm referring to football because it's one sport which is appreciated and played by millions around the globe. So when we fight these social ills like drug abuse, early teenage pregnancy, we really need these sports to keep our kids, our youth very, very active and away from the social ills. Now there is a place called Nike here, Nike Stadium, with very beautiful and good facilities, but not being accessible to the community. There's a red tape there. And always when we say we don't have facilities in Ward 25, they will point at Nike Stadium. And that Nike Stadium is an entity owned, we don't know whether by a company from overseas or what. If you want to go there and put your case, you must make an email which must go that site. We are having UJ around here, which we feel maybe it can cater for the community. But we are struggling to get usage of those facilities. You know, our schools around here, when it's athletics, they must get into buses, some of them which are not in good conditions. Imagine from primaries, they must go to Kruger Stop to run there every year. But we are having UJ here, having all the facilities. Maybe if that could be noted, MC, so that maybe you come around and assist. That is very, very, very important. I would also like to indicate to say amongst our midst here, we are having, I think I saw Tate Mike in Tombela. He will attest to the fact that this Nike I'm referring to used to have facilities which produced a lot of professionals. And we will also agree that in Soweto, that is where Pirates and Chiefs were born. But today around Soweto, we don't have facilities. How are we going to introduce more superstars or clubs? So I would like you to note that one. And then I'm also involved with school sports. I'm the deputy chairperson of the Gauteng School Sports. I'm also the chairperson of the Gauteng Schools Football. Let me start with Gauteng Schools Football. We are doing our best. In fact, we are complimenting you because we are running this out of our own pockets. For me to go to Tshwane, I'm using my own car, my own petrol, my own catering. But there is funding for schools. To start with MEC, I just like to ascertain, is it true that each and every code, school code, must be provided, there is 800 allocation which goes to a federation so that they can look after that code? And if that is true, I've been involved with Gauteng Schools Football for so many years. There's no single year where we received anything from SAFA as a federation to support us as Gauteng Schools Football. Please look into that because we are struggling. Our treasurer is sitting with zero budget as it is. This coming month, from the 10th of July, we are supposed to attend a national meeting in Durban. We don't have anything. We are supposed to go begging to the sports and recreation to get accommodation and traveling and everything. So my appeal is that, is it possible, MEC, because I'm aware that we know that we have combined the two departments, that is education and sports and recreation. Now the budget goes to sports and recreation. There's no budget for education. Anything we do, we must beg our head in hands and go to the sports and recreation. May you kindly maybe allocate the budget to this, from these millions or billions, I'm not sure, to the education so that we are able to run our... I'm saying this because, yes, the budget is there for school sports, but come to the ground level, there is nothing there to run school
Thank you very
sports.
much, Papa.
You go to the district, there is nothing. This budget starts only at province. My colleagues are here, going to national. So we are struggling down here. The very same federation which take our 800, when we want referees, they tell us of a lot of money to pay a lot of money for those referees. So please assist in that
Thank
regard.
you.
Thank you so much. Well, I had a lot, but now I'm intimidated by the 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to acknowledge our MEC and the community at large and all the protocol observed. My name is Sylvester Budibe, and I'd like to highlight that I would touch into two, because I'm also into filmmaking and also into music administration and marketing. So I've heard about creating awareness for filmmakers to be able to know about what JFC is doing. And I just want to revert back during the time where we were still active in the distribution of films. We used to have a film resource unit based in Newtown. And it used to have the screens all over around Gauteng, helping people to be able to access material of the filmmakers. So I was just wondering, when they're talking about awareness and distribution, can they refer back to the activities that was done by a film resource unit? I think some people who are working for the film resource unit are also in JFC. I know one, but I don't see him anymore there. Maybe they can be able to help on that element. And then MEC, I would request, because I'm also active in the SIFSA Joburg, that there be a dialogue between the Office of MEC and SIFSA, because now we as SIFSA were left with an egg on the face, because there had been this thing that SIFSA National has got some issues of funds. Whereas in Joburg SIFSA, we have never received any funding. I think that could be the responsibility of the Gauteng government rather than the national. And then the other element that I wanted to mention, MEC, I think recently, some couple of weeks ago, most of the time I was based in downtown studios. We had some subsidized offices there. We were operating from there. We were recording there. We were doing our music there. The minister have closed down the downtown studios. That means closing down the downtown studios is killing the business of musicians in Gauteng. And that's one of the biggest studio, if not in Africa. If not in Africa, it's the biggest studio. It have produced, I don't know how many people, even overseas. So I don't know Gauteng government, how can they be able to assist? Because closing down the downtown studios, it's not about us. It's about the management that was running there. We don't know what was happening with the funds. We don't know what ended up being kicked out, because they said to us they are going to renovate or for COVID, but we had never been brought back to run our businesses. So MEC, can you please intervene at the downtown studios, the saga? The last but not least, I've heard the speakers here talking about heritage sites that have been acknowledged or that have been identified. And as I'm sitting here in Soweto with the people of Soweto, I would imagine, Mr. MEC, how could a Credo Muta center be not classified as a heritage site? After they have, and that Credo Muta have done so much for us. Thank you.
That's what I've said. All those 11, Batleka Pilimuna, they did not come. So now, Batlua Morao, and then come here now. Hence, I've said all 11 come in front so that we can be able to maintain this number 11. So now, but to Sebakeni, without. And then now, majorly number 11 as a buil. We understand? Number 11 because. Vua, Mama, you probably keep on 2 minutes and then so that we can give other people chance, please.
Le jwalo.
Thank you.
Kgotsong baeso. Ha ke a tla ka ntwa mona ebile ha ke lakatse hore re lwaneng amongst ourselves hore re tle re tsebe ho bua taba tsa rona. Taba di ngata hobane ho dubeile ka ntle ka mona. Ke boitumelo Mofokeng. Ke tla boloka nako. Ke founder member ya athletic club ka mona ka Moroka ka Rockville. Club yak le bo Malveni le bo Ntate Sibisi batho ba re leng Gauteng re fall under Central Gauteng Athletics. Baeso, if we don't host races in our regions, kore ke ba smart jwang ke re regions, ha hona letho le tla lokang in our communities. The health styles, wellness and everything, re tla dula re sheba Limpopo ka bakhekolo. Ke mokhekolo ke feditse comrades last time ka 11 hours 17 minutes. At the age of 65, the fourth comrades, because of development as a class of 1976, none of our officials collectively can claim the history of 1976. So being workers in our departments, let us jealously safeguard our history and make sure hore ha batho ba re development, re botseng hore development ke eng. Club ena, it's one of the 4 clubs in Soweto. Ha ke bua ka Soweto Marathon. Ke bua ka hore Deep Kloof, Soweto Cabal, Orlando, those 3 are the main race hosting clubs in Soweto. Haibo, how do I come that I do not host a race? It's because in 2017, I protected athletes from dangers of running a race that is not well marshaled. I put the lives of the people first, that they must not be robbed, injured, and Soweto can be bad-mouthed. That was 2017. I negotiated payments to service providers. Guess what? I did receive my discipline from Central Gauteng Athletics. 3 years of suspension for not to host races except fun runs. Now, this is where I am stuck. Sports and culture. Do something with JMPD. JMPD would not wipe away Mulato wa 2017. Therefore, we cannot host a race. So this is one issue. And is there a 90-year-old in the house? Is there a 90-year-old in the house? Okay, hi you. Sorry, otherwise you won't hear. 90-year-old.
Last question, ma'am.
That's the last point. Okay, sorry. 90-year-old who gave up his life to arts and culture. Our officials learn about our icons. You talk about heroes and Hiroshins or something, I don't know. But Ramona, we celebrated a 90-year-old who promoted, developed arts and culture in the township. Go to Funda Center. I am the product of that 90-year-old through Midupi Writers Association. But we are not trending, but we honoring the old man. Re emetse budget, ifela. Ya ho tseba hore, Soweto Theatre will be granted to us with catering. Re tlotle motho moholo a phela. And I would like you to prioritize honoring the living legends than naming the streets after them when they are dead. And I am glad you are here because I would like you to fight with me about the JMPD. The area where we host races, they get fixed by JRA. The pothole, the sewerage. When we host races, the local community benefits. But they get to run, but they get to walk. So please Sports and culture, that one, but I'm gonna not leave here until I meet a member from your office who must hear who is this legend that we must honor before he dies.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Siyabonga mzali, sanibonani. Gama lami mina nguBobo. I'm the Dark CIC. Ngisuka eWard 119 Region G. Besizokhumbuza futhi ku portfolio committee ukuthi bafethu asinawo ama facilities lawe nithi nina nizoza ngazi nizowayenzani. Akunama programs, we have limited programs kuma communities esisuka kuwo. There's equipment shortages or inadequate equipment kuma societies esibuya kuwo. Funding constraints, angazi noma niyayazi. Next time man draft ama proposal kani bosibiza sinincedisa. Limited budget allocations. We don't have ama developing community sport, community sports facilities. We need implementations kuma sports programs for all ages. Ningakhethi. Provide equipment nama resources. Ngokulinganayo bantu benkosi. Ni increase the funding for ama sports developments. And we only have 2 questions esifuna ukwapoza kini ukuthi nithi what is the expected timeline for implementation considering that we are approaching ama winter holidays. Nithi labantwana nabavala esikolweni bayohlala emalokishini bayenzeni. Noma nifuna babhema inyawo benize nibone ukuthi kunosidingo. Siphinde sithi what specific steps will be taken to ensure that timely rollout and accessibility of those initiatives to the community. Sizogcina lapho, we hope and appreciate our contribution wethu namaklari nizosiclarify accordingly. Siyabonga.
All of you, be like him. He's an example of how to pose questions, please.
Sanbanani. Igama nguThabanga Mdluli. I am from Freedom Park. From the previous speakers from Freedom Park too. So we need to review EIDP. We don't have any community hall where young people can express their arts. Secondly, we have a sports grounds, but a sports complex. Ingunu, it has open space where dead bodies have been thrown there. So we are pleading with you, MEC, to say, please let's review the IDP. There's a community hall that is needed. We need a complex that is speaking to the community at large. Thank you.
Sanbonan, Ramaphosa. I come from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature under the Youth Sector Parliament. All right. Honorable, I'll start MEC. MEC, I think you are familiar with a woman who's called Rosaline. She's been texting you from February regarding the event which was taking place in Mokopinville. Ne? And you are responding them, you gave them people. It was disappointing and a disgrace for a country that not even one person from the Gauteng provincial government was there to assist those people. Government from Rwanda was here yesterday to come and see that. There's proof in my phone. I called you yesterday to ask, you said I must text, Karai. I won't text you. Today you are coming. I'll tell you directly in front of the people. So this thing, leadership, I don't expect you to respond or this thing. We are going to revise again this budget and everything we are doing here. We as the Youth Sector Parliament, we requested for a feedback session before you can come to the public and say whatever you are saying and making people understand what you are saying. So consider that one. There's a feedback session with the Youth Sector Parliament within legislature. We need you to come and hear our grievances as young people. Chair of Chairs, also when it comes to this one, I don't know if you've already got the information from the speaker on what's happening within the Youth Sector Parliament. This program, we feel that you took our program and you changed it, and you brought it to the people. Whereby they presented about the schools program to say 410 schools are going to be funded. No, let us not lie to the people. There's SASCO bread. We remember in 2022, they committed themselves to 500 schools here throughout the whole country to say they'll fund schools in terms of sports facilities. So the department mustn't claim glory to say that, but now they'll fund that. It's wrong. We know, we've done our research. Right now, mobilization. We work with senior people, with senior citizens here. Nah, we don't discourage anything. But this thing is a program for the young people. The young people know what's happening on the ground. Right now, if you can say, there's no mobilization of the young people here. And when you respond, they say everyone should come. Us as the Youth Sector Parliament, we are not told about this program. We had to come here. It's just that even right now, our Deputy Speaker is here. He said, I must behave. I'll behave. But whatever which is happening here, can you please go back and revise this thing? This budget will never be approved. When these guys are talking about me and everything, hey, there's a lot of opportunities here outside. This thing is not right, MEC. What you are
Thank
doing.
you.
Okay, accept. Chair of Chairs.
Yes.
Yes, I'm finishing. Chair of Chairs, you've been here, the MECs here, but the MEC, you are elected. Please stop choosing your people in terms of deployment. We know what's happening on the ground. We know what's happening. As I'm speaking to you right now, expect in this coming few days, you will be on the Sunday World. That lady which was engaging with you, right now, she was with the briefing Sunday World. Got program in. So leaders, from the organization I come from, again, what you're doing is not okay. So Chair of Chairs, we are requesting, after this session, there will no budget which will be approved for 2025-2026. There's a feedback session in legislature. Let's go there and fix our house. Then we'll come back to the public. Thank you.
Before you speak, Una Mama. Because we must start at this side.
Yes, I'm from this side.
You are from that side.
I'm from that side. Because the
We
queue.
were
number
all
7.
From this side, we are done at this side.
We were number
from this side,
7.
come here.
But the numbers
Come here.
have gone up and then we haven't gotten our chance to speak.
Come here.
I know
all
the
of you that were appointed, 15, come here.
Yeah.
Yes, Mama ki number 1.
We're
Go.
not carrying this.
Come on.
Number 1.
Yeah, sebalisane le teng a ke re ke batla hore re qete ntho.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 7. No. I've been coming, taking a memo. What's with the back end? Number 7, my hand. Yeah, this side.
Yes, you are wrong.
Ariel. All 15, yeah. Number 1, number last mo. Number last again. So ra kwala mo. After when I salam tobua. After when I salam after I salam tobua. Abutu ulening again. After abutu wakati be yo salam tobua. Okay. Mama, your 3 minutes start now. Ke kopa le tshentshetse mama Mike.
Dumelang. I'm Rainet Moabi. Ke tswa mo 25. Ya ka halele mo le mo 25 re le hostile. Nna ke leboga report tse re di kreileng because without these reports we wouldn't be able to engage. But se ke batlang ho se botsa ko re ana le na le di process tsa di IDPs tse tshwanang le tsa masepala or before law formulated these reports ebe le kreile di inputs or what the community requires. I just want to know, or do you have such processes? Because they make this a lot easier if re ente input before dingwalwa. Number one, e ke tlo botsang ka yona ke hore re bolellwa ka di-budget tse di khatilweng. We were not told the rationale or what informed the cutting of budgets. Because either re underspendile, tšhelete ya boela morago, then ba re fa e lekaneng e re kgonang ho e berekisa. As ntse ke utlweletse mo, there are swimming pools that are refurbished year in and year out, and they are not used. So I'm sure the indicator in it require a treasury. Kore, how many people are using that facility every day? But if the facilities are developed and then they are not used, definitely, if go offer the funds, I won't give you funds. Because those facilities are not used for the purpose that they were made for. So, ne re tla rata ho utlwa hore reason ya hore budget e khathiwe 3 times. Nearly underspending or failure to account for the money that has been used. That is something that we need to know. And then more the programs, in you talking about the percentages. A percentage without a raw number does not give sense to me. If or 17%, 17% of what? Yeah, it's already 17 out of 100. But of how? Of what? That is what we need to give. Let information, be transparent. Because Hunalimo Liring women are to be designated groups, are to be employed. And 50%. But 50% of what? Because it says 50% has been employed. It can never 50% because the raw figure was 2. So 1 was employed. So 50% is that 1.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Thank you, Mama.
Thank
you, Mama. Now go for 3 minutes if it is.
That's why ne re kopa hore le controleng batho re kgone go bua. And then we are talking about transforming to make sporting capable in schools. Is there any infrastructure? Infrastructure, elito sapotelang schools mo yona. What I need to know, are these indicators in line with the National Development Plan? Are they in line with the National Development Plan? Because according to the National Development Plan, a school, every non-paying school, I will put it that way, non-paying school, there must be at least 2 sporting courts in every school. Where is a swimming pool in one of the schools here where I am staying? Where is a tennis court? Where is a rugby field? So I am asking, are these indicators and targets in line with the National NDP, National Development Plan?
Thank you,
No.
Mama. Thank you, Mama. Mama, ungana ko batho ba bang. Mada.
I want
Qeta,
to
qeta.
indicate one last thing. We're talking heritage. We're talking heritage. In here, there are 2 towers. One of them that is on the eastern side is called a heritage tower, where we need to see our icons and other things. But unfortunately, a year ago, there was outdoor marketing, yabiala, in that heritage. I don't know if there is monitoring of securing the heritage sites to be used for heritage things. And on top of that, Money is generated from those towers. Money is generated from the museums. Money is generated from the monuments. We don't hear about how much was generated from those sites. But re tjhelete e khathilwe. Perhaps because of the number of heritage sites, they are expecting a certain amount of money to augment the finances to go assist them. But I don't know.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama. Number two. Number two.
Dumelang bohle. Re hlompile kaofela. Ne ke kopa hore mo ho rona kaofela. Re kopeng hore ko dikolong tsa rona bana ba rona ba rutwe di-sports kaofela. Ntate o itse dikolong bana ba tlo rutwa di-sports. Ntate ne bua mona re ke chairman ya dikolong ya di-sports. Re mo kopile re ne bana ba bapale golf ko sekolong. Re ba ra kopa ntate Mlangeni pela hlokahala a ngola mangolo re dikolong re lo kopa bana ba rutwe di-golf. Ha hona sekolo se one sa mo Soweto se rutang bana golf. Ha re bapala toropong re bona headmaker bashimane ba apere uniform ya sekolo ba bapala golf. Ke ka kopa tswetswe ha re ruteng bana ba rona ba bapala golf le yona ntse le sport ka sport tse ding kaofela. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Ahol.
Mandla. Sanibonani. Igama lami nguSizwe wakakubheka. I will try to shorten izinto engifuna ukuzisho. First of all, I would like to appreciate MEC for ukuthi budget iyaphuma. It truly shows ukuthi honesty is there in our government for ukuthi budget iyaphuma. But whoa, I'm still in a platform. So into engicela ukuyibuza because manje we had a presentation of sport, art and culture. So ngicela ukwazi ukuthi since we are having sport, how many club have been funded? How many tournaments NYNZile in our local areas? Ukwenza sure ukuthi you buy medals, you buy a cup, you buy something for those children, badlale emagroundini. When they win, they obtain something. We are having a local artist musician, which is now I'm part of a musician. How many programs NYNZile nabiza ama local artist beze bazocula in a way of promoting them and make sure ukuthi nabo they get exposed just like abo Kespanyo Vest. And then another thing, we are also having EGFC. Ngicela ukwazi ukuthi kule funding ephumile, how many people you enkwazile ukuthi nibaqhashe kulama funding aphumayo, ngiqhasha abantu abayingaki? Because if kuzophuma ibudget and then there's nothing has been done, we are going to stood up directly and oppose that budget ephumile. Because ibudget mayiphumile, yes, to make sure ukuthi cover abantu be community and people they do benefit in our community. So you are my questioning now, Chair. All these budgets, ekumele ifande abantu. How many yabantu abayitholile who were funded? How many people have benefited from that budget ekhishiwe? And then MEC, tell us whenever budget has been issued, tell us a follow up on those people. And now how many money has been spent? Kule mali enbanike yona. Nazi ukuthi nibasele ne target. Ukuthi if you are saying this is the target, ukuthi by this time ekumele nibe siyireaching senireachile. Nenze sure ukuthi that target has been reached because we are tired of people ukuthi imali izophuma but that money it benefits abona kuphela. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Mucha.
Sanibonani bazali. Igama uSindi kwaMehlo Makhulu. Umam Rainet sike ngikhavile, more especially kwi heritage. Ngiza kwi sport. La eBhuqini sinama tournament. Baqinisile manitha nibonakali. Thina siwumphakathi senza fundraising ukuthi kubhadalwe usompempe. Ukuthi kudla abantwana. Kanti sports and culture ukuphi? Because siyacela it's like indlebe zenu azizwa. Kodwa nilibele niyapreacha nithi no nizofunda 1 2 3. Qalani la eBhuqini kuqala. Bese ne tournament ye youth la eMtswaledi. Ayekudeni honorable Chilwane ngapha ngasemva kwase garage bogcwele kumnyama lapha. Si donate tina singabahlali singabahlali bendawo. Kodwa anikho. Ibaphi labeni bakhulisayo nifuna ukukhulisa abantu ababuya ko KZN ababuye Eastern Cape bekhona abantwana benu la kumnandi abantwana benu mabe emakhoneni bebhema inyawupe futhi ke akusiyabenu abethu ngoba benu bafunda kuyikole ezi rich ingane zethu lezi ezidropa euniversity zizodlala ebhuqwini. Le ingane zifuna ukukapacitatewa zifuna ukufundiswa but asina bathini siswele kodwa nikhona Department of Arts and Culture umntwana uyadrawa umntwana uwasha amateki udinga usizo lweni anikho siyaba identify nithi lethani list siba identify ilist yethu kusasa uzoyithola ise dustbin kuzofika obuya eSandton uzo identify abantwana abawu5 bazothathwa bonke abawu5 but i10 yasemtswaleni or yaseSoweto ayithathwanga. Ngiyacela MEC kwi sports and culture ngiyacela kade bekucela silalele la kade bekucela but akukho kwenzakalayo why sizokhala ngento eyi1 ngize kwi education ngoba kwa education as well ukhona ubhuti othe uyabonga ngoba ubaphe ibhasi elimnandi elinehita asina sikolo la bakithi nine ningazi la emva kwebhara asina sikolo ngisho primary sasicela ama container for God's sake akaze swaphiwe abantwana bethu bajumpa lomgaqo bathi Christian yini lomgaqo bafa every day abantwana bethu at least 2020 sesakhala yatholakala itransport amabhasi wakhona amagogogo and kwa transport bane tendency yokuthatha ama companies wase Northwest ama companies ase Danhouse sisegoli la why nizosithathela ama companies akude ekhona ama companies ase Joburg ngiyanicela even if nibaphi 10% or baniphi 10% ngiyanicela ake nithathe nama companies wethu la eJoburg abantwana bethu abangastruggle ngetransport umntana incwadi zishone phansi ibhasi liyahamba ngiyabonga.
Thank you mama. Committee education itlahle committee ya sports ka Julie.
Sanbonani yebo ngubusi Kheswa mina I'm a player soccer. And the thing is, kuna Soweto senior citizen soccer league la. And I'm happy because I heard la kupraise abogogo baselimpopo. But iPP yabo yehlile. Ihype la ilona yabo ushukela wabo wehlile. Thina lana abasenzeli next. Soweto senior citizen ngidlala from 2015 ngidlala until now. But kunama tournaments mele sipope out of our pockets sithengele icup ukuthi sijabulise and we try ukuthi si recruit le gang yamantombazana amancane ukuthi azongena ku sport adlale. But then what? Because abantwana you know ukuthi bake bafuna ukubambekayo anibayenzeli next angithi nibanika nje whatever le encane nje but bona they are aiming high ukuthi bathole something. And another thing ukuthi khona manje besilapha ya eLimpopo kulala abagogo bapraiseayo baseLimpopo abukuma bheka 2023 saya lapha yana ku International Senior Citizen Soccer League. Now this year futhi sibuya khona. Then what? Tina we just pop out of our pockets and khona France, khona USA, khona Kenya, khona Zambia. Those people are sponsored. Masithi nize ngani bathi bona ba sponsor government wabo. Tina Gauteng la siphophe silele endaweni enjani aha ngoba nje besithanda ukuyodlala we had to siye lapha yana siphophe whatever siye lapha yana please iGauteng yona yasiphoqa iGauteng iyasiphoqa kakhulu khona manje we've got cohesion games ezizayo zaka Premier we have been playing those games just for sweet into ezoyenziwa ukuthi nje abogogo they are good for ingubo nyana lezi zasemachina abasinika zona izinto ezimportant abasinika zona guys guys it's not fair ngiyacela ukuthi akube ne change for iGauteng ilow iGauteng yasiphoqa khona manje 2027, Malaysia, Kenya. For international senior citizen soccer, singena kuphi, sizokokota kuphi. Ukuthi sithole at least the imali leyo ukuthi siye eKenya sodlala. Abo France nabo USA, oh guys, they are well off. Mabafika la yibo abazoziphathela thina. Ikipanyana zabo lezi ebedlala ngazo basinike. Guys, it's
Thank you, Mama.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Sizwile,
Please,
sizwile.
thank you.
Thank
Akube
you.
ne-change.
Thank you.
Dumelang kaofela. Ha ke tsore ya utlwana. Nna lebitso la ka ke Valencia Kitsa from Protea North. Ke mo Ward 14. Ke mo hape mo community development. Ke dila ka ke Ward committee. Ke dila ka community development. Hobane o kila bona ha o rata ntho. A ke re ba re etsa ntho e tsebang ska etsa mosebetsi o sa o tsebeng. Nna ke rata ho sebetsa haholo le batho ba baholo. And hape ke ile ka zama hore e le letsatsi la Heritage Day re celebrate le bonkgono kaofela le batho ba baholo bontatemoholo. A ke re jwano la tsebo hore ha re thole tjhelete e ngata mo ward committee. 1,000 ranta ha se tjhelete e ngata. Mara ke ile ka zama ka yona tjhelete eo ka kgona ho batla transport le dijo le decoration. Hobane o ka ska etsa Heritage Day o ntso bua ka molomo ke heritage. Tshwantse motho a bone a feta a bona hore mole ke yona o bua ka ntho e jwalo. Be ke qala he ka bona hore ke etse dikgemero bane kgemero na ke a kgona ho etsa vele. Ebe le batho ba kgona o bona hore modimo mogolo jwang. Batho ba kgona lo tsama ka mofao o ke sa tsebeng hore tjhelete ile ya kopana jwang tjhelete ya ka mo ntlung. Mara ka bona hore ke etse hore batho ba kgone hore le bona letsatsi lena ba le thabele. Jwale ke be ke botsa he ka re ha ke batla ho etsa ntho tse so ke ya ko mang ha ke tsebe hore ke ya ko mang ke thuswa ke mang hobane ke kile ka zama ka re ke a founa ka iswa kwa le kwa ka bona letsatsi le se le atametse nka se ka tloela hobane se ke kadile ebe ke tswella pele. Jwale ke kopa o tsebe hore ka jeno ke tlo ya ko mang ha ke batla ho etsa heritage hobane le this year ke late hobane ke a tseba ka se ka batla ho thuswa ka nako ye tshwantse o be le nako or mohlomong ke thuswe next year ha ke tsebe hobane re a qeta ka 2026 mohlomong o tla kena ba bang ke sa fetsa mosebetsi wa ka. And then ha ke le mo developmenting a ke rona le Dev 2 le Dev 1 o no tshwantse re tsamaye le yena ha gona o tla ka jeno ke bohloko hobane batho ba tletse mo ha ba tsebe hore ho bua ka eng hangata hobane o mone ke le pela mo re nna se ke tshwere ke boroko. Jwale ke batla o tseba hore why batho ba tshwantseng ho ba teng ba siyo ka jeno ho tlile fela batho ba sa tshwanelang hore ba tle ene ba setseng ke bona ba no tshwantse re tsamaye le bona. Wa Dev 1 hayo nna ke Dev 2 ene pilo ya ka e bohloko hobane le yena no tshwantse a tle ne bile ke yena ngkhopoditseng wa ile nga ngkhopotsa yena o ile a siya ke transport. Ene mara re tseba tabaneng mantsibuane before robala ne re sa tsebe hore today o tla be o na le taba e tshwana le mara ke a thaba hobane le tlile. And then hape ha o dila ka Dev 2 o sheba le di library le di kereke di crèche. Jwale ke a bona ya rona ya ko Protea North ai library a ke tsebe go etsa elang ka yona ko Protea North a gore le batho ba dulang pela yona ba tshwere bothata tshwantse ba ne ba shebe hona le batho ba kenang teng ba robala nako go ntsha dintho wa utsiwa. Jwale ke batla o tswa re e sa tlo bulwa library e ya rona ya ko Protea North kapa e sa tlo ba teng kutlwe le bua ka library 1 ha ebe kutlwe hantle. Jwale ke kopa o tseba le ka library e hore e sa tlo bulwa kapa e sa tlo bulwa na.
Thank you mama.
Ke a leboha.
Dumelang. My name is Terence Shukwambani. I come from Kliptown. I come from an organization called Soweto Kliptown Youth, where we have been doing arts and trying to solve social problems in our community for a long time. The organization started in 1987. Up to today, the organization has been able to tackle many of the social problems and created opportunities for young people without actually getting aid from the government itself. So I am very proud of my community, Kliptown. where the Freedom Charter has been adopted in 1955, where the people of Kliptown actually helped to make sure our country's got freedom today. But the people of Kliptown still living in Kliptown have no access to basic necessities. I'm talking electricity, I'm talking water, and other problems, right? But I am proud of a lady that lives in our community called Sistine. She had opened a library, a fully fledged library, that I think it is a very big step that she has taken within our community. So I wanted to speak and urge, Uri, if you can maybe pay a visit and add other resources that we need, like your Wi-Fi, that we need, like your computers and other resources that will help young people, because that library alone, it is going to help all of the community. We are going to have matriculants this year who are going to be writing. I think this is one of the places that are going to be closer for them to be able to cross night or study until late. Because you go to Pimville, to the library, until 11 o'clock, you come back to Kliptown, you might lose your life because there's no light, so it's dark. So that place is serving as one of the places of hope. But then again, I'm going to come to heritage sites that we have in Kliptown that are neglected. You see, the Freedom Charter, the Walter Sisulu Square of Dedication has been vandalized recently. And then recently, it has been fixed. People are busy working on it, but we still have other properties that are not fixed that are very important in our heritage, like your Gerald Sikoto. Gerald Sikoto's house is in Kliptown. It's neglected. People are just living there, but it's got a seal to say it has been opened once as part of our heritage. So if a site like that is being closed, it means it has been closed for me to try and know who I am. Hence, I won't respect any resource that we have in our community. We've got Charlotte McCrack's house in Kliptown. It is neglected and closed. The seal also has been placed in the wall. It's neglected like that. No information about her. Even if I can ask right now, what do you know about Charlotte McCrack or Gerald Sikoto? We know very little about our own people, that we should be taking trace to know where we are going, to understand exactly where we are going. But in fact, today we are solving problems of substance abuse in our communities. So our youth club now has even changed focus to try and alleviate this problem of substance abuse, because other things that are supposed to be placed, they are not there. Then young people are now having too much idle time because we have very less that we provide in our communities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Greetings all protocol observe. I don't know ke tla re ke thabile or what. And thank you, ke tlo bua ka letsatsi le especially la re budget e tswile. Fine. Ki Maria Makura from Ward 29. Yes. Ke tlo bua ka skolo. It's been 15 years. 15 years. Re shebile. Re na le ditloholo le ditloholwana di kene mo 15 years. Skolo se ha se na dikagelo. Dikagelo, tennis court ha iyo. Soccer field ha iyo. It's been 15 years. Ke kwatile. Ke skolo sa bana ba banyane. And bana ba banyane ke mo re tlameleng re ba groometseng ko skolong. Ha bana nix. Sekolo se le se faili. Se le fifi. Bapedi Primary School ko Deep Kloof, Ward 29. Please take care ka skolo se. Ke a kopa. Thank you.
Dumela. Lebitso la ka ke Moeketsi. I am from Orlando, Ward 29. Let me greet the honorable members that are here, and especially Commissar Seteka. Bagolo, now my concern is only based on sports. Colleagues have spoken their concerns and everything. From my area, there's a sports ground there in North Khaseg. That sports ground the infrastructure have dilapidated, and it's been more than 10 years. And from the presentation of the budget and the outcomes and everything, sports, it's not touched too much, especially the facilities. Now, we must appreciate that the likes of Ladies Smith, Black Mambazo, and the Tales of Shaka Zulu, they remind us of the power of the culture. And they show us the potential of arts and sports to not just entertain, but to educate, unite, and inspire. So it's very concerning that from the presentation, the sports facilities are not touched. And I can attest that, actually I'm sure that it's not only in my area, but most of the sports facilities in Soweto, they are dilapidated. They are very dilapidated. So I think many of fields, courts and tracks, those were once busy with the energy of aspiring athletes, now stand as neglected monuments to a past era. So soccer fields they are overgrown with weeds, with falling posts, running tracks cracked and forgotten. So these spaces no longer serve their communities, but rather stand as stark reminders of neglect. So to truly revitalize sports in our townships, I think we must embark on a comprehensive plan. And the plan which was presented here doesn't speak to sports. So that comprehensive plan, it mustn't only mend, but transform our dilapidated sports infrastructure into hubs of excellence and community engagement. So I'm pleading with you, honorable members, take this into consideration. And the first step involves the reconstruction and modernization of sports facilities, ensuring they are safe, accessible, and equipped to meet the needs of a wide range of sports activities. So this includes not just the physical refurbishment of fields, courts or tracks, but also the installation of modern amenities that cater for athletes and spectators alike. So community tournaments, it's a serious concern. I haven't seen the Department of Sports and Art and Recreation in our area. They are nowhere. And we have community tournaments. As much as they say it's a 4IR, we have this space, both Twitter, both Facebook. We do post, but I don't know, they neglect deliberately, or it's because we are wearing the different caps or what. And that is not the case. The case is to empower the community. So we are really concerned about the lack of support when it comes to community tournaments.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, am I okay? No, thank you very much to the committee, Honorable Klebar, and your committee that is here. My question will be to you, the officials, because the MEC, Shema, there's nothing he can do for us. Because at the end of the day, you are the accounting officers. My name is Lebkhang Mutiba from Ward 27 in Diepkloof, Sub-Region D. And like I said, it's to the officials, because at the end of the day, the MECs, they change every 5 years or so, but these questions will be directed to your department and Tate China. We wish to have swimming pools in our local schools, just like they have in private schools. And what is your plan to do so? Because I would recall that one of your colleagues mentioned several outcomes and plans that they have, but the allocated budget for infrastructure, I believe you can correct me, MEC, is 19 million rand that you guys have earmarked for this financial year. Then what I will then ask is to say, the provincial government increased the budget by an additional 886 million, but you guys never got an additional allocation. So then that points to the MEC when he's sitting with his comrades there to say, no, but the departments that I'm overseeing, can you also increase for them also? Because 886 million additional that was given to the province was something that maybe we could have fought for MEC, because everybody's crying for funding, everybody's crying, but then those things, I believe, you don't take them seriously. And we have proposal of events to you again, Tate China. We would like to submit them, but we don't know where to go, and can the department assist us in terms of how to access them, like if you've got programs, because it was quite a number of outcomes that the gentleman mentioned, so it was hard to actually see that. But we just want to know if we have events that have to do in line with those outcomes, how can we then collaborate and meet each other halfway there? And we can see that the target of sports, but don't have facilities. Again, the same thing is being repeated, sports, facilities, funding. So Ntate China, this is to your office particularly, because you are not a political head. You every day when you go to work, these things need to be implemented. Our people are literally crying. They're not crying for a lot. It's a budget that comes out each and every year. But I think your department suffers from what we call gradualism, to say, no, it will be implemented in the next budget. No, let's cut next budget. We can't work like that. We refuse to say, no, next budget, when it comes, we'll put that program in there. And I don't know what informs these particular priorities, because if these priorities were relevant to the people in this room, then we wouldn't have so many complaints, because there's only one compliment or a few compliments, particularly to the MEC about a pass. It's like saying we thank a fish for swimming. We can't be happy for one pass that you gave to some athletes. What about the rest of the things that are being complained about in this forum? Only one thing is done since you've been in office, I believe. Just give people a pass. So Ntate China, please help us.
Thank you, Wanesu. Thank you.
I've got 2 more, man. Why are you protecting the MEC, Mama?
I'm not protecting
You are
your
protecting the
time.
MEC. It's not even 2
Please,
minutes.
let's
it's 2 minutes.
let's respect the House. Let's respect, we are at the legislature. I get this venue has been declared as the precinct of legislature. Our conduct must reflect that, please.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And second last, oh yes, the Gauteng Film Commission. I'm crying with you, my brothers. That thing is very sad, and there's nothing that those brothers can do, because at the end of the day, what are they going to do with 50 million for a whole year? They might as well host events. That's nothing they can do. What are they going to do with 50 million? Why is the Gauteng Film Commission doing unaccredited workshop? Does it benefit the person in the workshop? Because in terms of that, and also we need studios in our local community. So I think that, China, if you can speak to infrastructure, if you can speak to programs that you are working with, if you can speak to the actual plans that you have, not some slideshows that you bring to us and then we must be happy with numbers on the screen. Please, that the people are crying for basic things. Thank you.
Sanbonani, Nijani. Ome phambi kwenu uphindile wakaduma umntwana wala eSoweto. I'm proudly LGBTIQ+, and I'm a proud soccer legend that was born, bred and battered in the township of Soweto. I was happy to see Mota, who was one of the ladies that contributed significantly towards the development of football in Soweto. I am a legend from the soil of Soweto. I've taken the last 12 years conducting a research. We've got a national crisis. The issues that we're addressing here is not just Gauteng. It's national issues that we as a people need to stand together in unity, not in separation. We need to create a shift of power where we need to stop relying on somebody for our own solutions. We need to be the solutions to our own problems. I'm saying this because I've seen Khori. The reason why things are stationary and they are not moving is because we're waiting for MEC, we're waiting for government to come down to our communities and resolve our own issues. When are we going to put our hands together and start standing up against these social injustices? I'm saying this because every day I've got a foundation. I've been working ever since 2012. I've been supporting township schools doing sports as a coach. Mamota, am I not one of the best soccer players that you had in Soweto? Am I not one of the best soccer players that you groomed in Soweto? But today, when I go to schools in Soweto, I've started Lufens, Okokai, Prudence Secondary. You say, I want to do coaching, there's no money. Now you have to go and work for Yeshiva. You have to go and work for Secretariat. Now you have to go and work in the north. About cheapy boys, whatever. Whatever the schools I've worked for. Just to make money and support my township. I have a foundation today with about 20 coaches. They are working in the township schools. We're not getting paid. The Department of Education told us there's no money for you. And we said we don't care. We need to develop talent in our township. We're sick and tired of abantwana bayashona, abantwana bayakwazana, bayabhema, bayadagwa. Isizwe sethu sidakiwe. We cannot sit around and complain. So I'm just asking the government to say, I'm listening to the presentation here. I've worked in private schools as a coach. I've done well for myself in my lifetime. University of Mississippi in the US, they called me, they said, Pindi, come and coach. And I said, I cannot leave Soweto in a mess to come and be a millionaire in the US. I'm staying in my township to resolve the issues. Now, in a school's context, if you talk about school sports, you can't talk about Wednesday games. A school sports program says, Monday from period 1 to the last period, and after school, there's a coach on the field coaching athletes. From Monday to Friday. My foundation is doing that. We've got schools here that we're supporting. I went to the district and I said, give me 20 schools. They said, no, because you don't have funding, we'll start with a pilot of 4 schools. And I said, you've got 280-something schools, you are giving me 4 schools. Now, in a population of 10 million from the schools of Soweto, if you do a Wednesday situation, it means, only 10% of the children in that school will benefit. Now, sports is not something that speaks to competitiveness, where it's competitive sports, Pindile go and work for Mamelodi Sundowns, ubonakala umqeqeshi omkhulu cha. Sports teaches you about discipline. Sports teaches you about resilience. Sports teaches you about following rules. Sports teaches you, we talk about health and wellness. Oh, gogo, I'm a health condition aba improvile. Abantwana bethu namhlanje, it's either about obese or about dagiwe because there's no sports development, a proper sports development says each and every learner in a school must go to the field every week ayojima. Ganjalo umntwana uyaphuma eyintweni ezinegative. Akusu umntwana ogood kuphela odeserve ukudlala ngeWednesday. Because into yama Wednesday ithi laba ba good bazobukela yibo bonke laba abanye. Now isikole sinabantwana abawu 500 kubukela abantwana abawu 20. Now what is happening to the 480 kids? They're sitting on the side. Yeah, Sposiso, what about him and her who's touring? Naye uyadinga ungena ajime. So I want to challenge my government today. And I want to say, Upindile Duma is available to assist the unit that develops policies and programs for the nation. I'm not working for anybody. Angisafuna ukusebenza Stellenbosch University bayangifuna, come and coach for us. We'll give you a car, we'll give you accommodation, we'll pay you so much. I said, I'm not coming. My community needs me. You can go to the Central District Office now. You ask them, who came to us for a partnership to do school sports last year? They will tell you, Pindile Duma Sports Foundation. You go to the Khotso, who's doing school sports for you? They will tell you Pindile Duma. You go to the Odi, you go to Siana Marena, and some of the other schools that have been identified, they came to us for support. Naledi High, we're going to be there. So I'm trying to say to you guys as a nation, I guess depend for impumelelo sizwe sethu. If we don't fight, if we don't apply our minds and whatever we have to change the narratives for our community, we are the ones who are going to suffer. Abantwana bethu abosisibet nabobhuti bethu ekusabonyaphe namhlanje. Sekabonyaphe sesinabonyaphe thina. Abantwana basekhaya, our own people abonyaphe. Where is our pride as a nation? When are we going to join forces and support one another? Angnamali bank account yami, business account yami value apply funding kuphi ubasithola imali anginakudla endlini mangithola imali kumele ngibhadale ucoach imali yokudla ucoach bani umntana wakho uyagula anginamuntu ongisizayo umuntu. What do we need to do in this country to get support? What do we need to do? What will it take for our government really to start going on the ground and supporting the right people? Coaches are hungry. Abo Mr. Wewe. You go to Mr. Weber's house. It's a mess. A man who raised giants. My coach, ucoach Mpo, Mamota. Sebenza no
Thank you
Nkulisile
very
Woza.
much, Mama.
So I just want to appeal to the leadership of this house to say, it is not your own problem. It's our problem. And we are here as communities to say, help us, work with us. We also have something to contribute. It's not just your problem. Akir, you also have a family. You've got kids that you need to stress about. Liruna as a country, let's stop complaining too much and work towards the solutions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the questions, the inputs, and all questions that have been asked. We really appreciate them. The MECs here who has been taking notes. We have also been taking notes as an oversight committee so that we can also monitor the commitments that will be made here. So I will now give to the MEC to respond to your questions. Thank you, MEC.
Sanmonani. Sanmonani. Dumela. Abshini. Nda. I will start. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members and members of the community. Let me bring. There's one speaker, one young man. He said, "Achashem MEC." Kurutule gaufela today again chai. Ora Achashem tlela MEC hle. So the officials are here. I'll sum up everything later. I'll give the concluding remarks. So let me start with the questions on libraries. The Kagiso Library, the Protea Library. Come forward. Or Emamo. Don't even have to come here. Let's give her the mic to respond. We're going to respond program by program. Baba raising issues of heritage, the responsible part to heritage must respond. And remember, you're not a politician, I'm the politician, so I don't expect preamble. But members of the community or stakeholders have asked specific issues of concern, and let's keep to that. Okay.
Thank you, MEC. Afternoon, MEC, Chairperson, and members of the committee. Dumelang. Questions to the libraries were only 4. I will ask my colleague Kagiso to take the one of Kagiso Library. He's the one who's dealing with infrastructure. But with regards to Protea North, we have put aside a budget in this financial year. We are about to go out on RFQ to get a service provider to do maintenance at Kagiso, at Protea. Protea North was closed due to OHS issues. The ceiling fell off, and then there were other issues with aircon and everything. So the city of Johannesburg has submitted a report to us. We are going to get a service provider. It is budgeted for in the current financial year. And then with regards to the archives and digitization, in the previous financial year, we had attempted to do digitization, but we had a budget cut of 11 million at the archives. And when we check, the system that the National Archives is using for digitization is quite costly. So we're still trying to get funds around. The project is not neglected, it's an issue of funding, but we are trying to benchmark with the National Archives of South Africa because they have started with digitization. And then with regards to Kliptown Library, I think I will get the numbers, MEC, of the lady who has opened the library, and then we will go see it and see how we can assist. MEC, if it's in order, Kagiso can take the Kagiso Library opening. Thank you.
Dumela. Lega. I'm just going to be brief with the Kagiso Library. I've heard it, it's been raised, but I'm not going to talk about the historic issues, what happened. The issue there is that we invite local contractors to give us quotes. And in most twice, you get higher prices. We know this chair is 20 rand. Then we agree in these meetings that we will invite local subcontractors or contractors to price. But they come and say 40 rand. So this thing is one of the things that delayed us because of we have to redo it. Now, to cut the story short, today there was a site briefing. Next Tuesday there's a site briefing of contractors invited again. So that is why I'm saying I don't want to talk about the history of that project, but we've invited local contractors. They will price. Then once we are satisfied with their prices, they will be appointed, and then we will update the community accordingly in terms of when will we open that library. Thank you.
The question is, Boya, when is the library going to be opened?
MC, the library is anticipated to be opened by August. That is our target. Hence, I'm saying there's a site briefing today. So meaning after appointment of that contractor, then we'll give an actual. Hence, I'm saying that anticipated is what we project. We target August, the completion of the Kagiso library. I think MEC, if it's proper, then that is our target. Thank you.
Heritage. So you're going to cover the whole program?
Yes, MEC.
All the issues?
Yes, MEC.
Okay.
And thank you, Chairperson, and noting all the speakers, all the questions that were asked. Kitlo Tomaka, the National Arts Council public representatives, or how did we nominate a provincial rep? And I think this question, the National Portfolio Committee, they did ask this question also, asking the minister and the DG at National. Or at the National Arts Council, all provinces essentially nominated a representative to sit on the council. Ronamo Gauteng, we do have a representative. We did issue a call out and we received CVs and resumes. We had a team that did the shortlisting, and immediately after we submitted those 3 names for consideration to the MEC as the executive authority, and the name was submitted to National and accepted. We also published the person who's representing us, and his name is Mr. Vusi Leo. On what are we doing for G20? Come November now, we are going to be hosting the first presidency G20 led by the nation, our president. Only the subcommittees, about 15, if not 13. Ronaba culture. Only a committee which is culture working group. All of us as the departments nationwide, we are coordinated by the presidency through the National Department of Arts and Culture. There are 4 meetings at this culture working group that must undertake with all these 20 countries across the world. The first meeting that took place was on the virtual nationwide. South Africa only has 2 representatives that sit in that committee. It is led by the DDG National, supported by the Director of International Relations. Our task as the province on G20 is to ensure that we assist to contribute matters of culture in that committee represented by the National Department. More as province, It's when our international guests arrive at the airport. Why bitch are ke point of entry program. How we welcome international guests at the airport, at the hotel, and also at the venues where these meetings are going to take place. So we have schools that have been identified, that have been taught about the theme of G20. We have traditional groups, performing arts, that are selected and they go and perform at all of those platforms. The last one was a concert that was hosted by the minister at the dinner of G20, where orchestra performed. We had a soloist, we had jazz, we had I think Omumbarke Lady Dua Ama Piano, who was also performing there, but also the young ladies from community groups that were doing dance performances. On the issue of clap and tap, under mass participation and indigenous music, indeed it is correct that the clap and tap sector, it's very big, it's mass participation, and it also ingrained in the society, particularly on our daily rituals or our community rituals, either ke lenyalo or ke loso, but recreationally as a form of discipline, particularly in our communities. Ngwana during the week, ha etswa are ke ya practicing, ke ya rehearsaling, o kgona ho tseba hore ngwana ha etswa sekolong as part of curriculum, ngwana o ya o rehearsa, o kgona ho communicate le bana ba bang, o follow discipline le molao. So clap and tap is very big to us. The issue becomes on how we have decentralized functions, particularly on corridors, where in terms of stakeholder engagement, we need to ensure or roll out our social cohesion holiday programs, it's a talent identification, really other sectors come around. And I think where we might have dropped the ball, and I want to apologize, is that we might have dropped the ball because we used to work with you, we used to support you, but not at the level that in which we can satisfy you. Indeed, you are correct. We have never had the clap and tap awards. And the first time that you did them, we did come in next to the men that you are sitting to, Rumechi and Antatesias Koti. But I think we can do more. And what the HOD was saying is, let's meet with you and your stakeholders to ensure we look at the beneficiaries and the winners of this current financial year. Baba winning this last weekend through your clap and tap, and we'll carry on with that conversation. Heritage sites. Credo Mutwa is declared by the Provincial Heritage Authority. It is a provincial heritage site. It is also the city of Johannesburg, a heritage site declared. The issue at the Credo Mutwa in terms of programming is that we do not have a sustained program for the year, or every quarter there must be activities that are led by the municipality together with us as province under our monuments and museums. So it falls under the operations of Maspala or Johannesburg. But in terms of supervision, ensuring the safety of the Credo Motor, it is the PRAC, which is the provincial heritage site. These towers that you see here, it's a beautiful story. These towers are an income-generating heritage asset. Yabadudi ba Soweto. Grandpa is paying the city of Johannesburg for that branding. The activities that whether it's also a tourist attraction. What we should be saying is, how do we access information? The activities of the Soweto Towers on the website of the region, city of Johannesburg, in terms of what they are doing there. Particularly, the activities, but unfortunately, the artists. Audience development. I need to attract people with different forms and if so. Music, I'm sure you might feel offended. Or why do you have alcohol at a heritage site? So ever issue the bylaws where maybe we just need to ensure Rona as the community, the ward committees, we work closely, lead the city of Johannesburg and the region management to make sure we support that team. Now, the next question, Guru, how much do these monuments and museums make? And I can show like Hector Peterson Museum, Mandela House Museum, Apartheid Museum, let's say the operational. Every year, by law, they publish the results of their annual report, leave financial performances on their website. di na le independent websites tsa di tshware ke rena ko provinceng in that space. There was a question about bidding and hosting. Or for 9 months, ha re so patile. Ke nnete. Ha ra patela. Ha ra patela because tjhelete ne e seyo. Tjhelete ne e seyo because bonyane bo ne re ne le bona, those who had their first event in the first 2 months were paid. So we had more applications than tjhelete ne re le yona ka mo banking. We have had number of engagements, the beneficiaries are bidding and hosting, festival, concert, and we have been trying to say, we are not allowed, kamolao, offer contract, re sign, banking. It's illegal by law. So we have had interactions with Treasury, we have had interactions with the stakeholders, or allow us the opportunity to do the right thing. Because to be given a contract and money does not come, it's a breach of contract. So therefore, Treasury onano irile corona, go back to the committee, they approving those amounts and rectify this problem in the new financial year. And I'm sure colleagues will know who are part of that. I'm sure will know they received a letter ka June 16, ka email, nga se bale wait for wait, uneli onanta tetobel, explaining to you both the HOD, Economic Development HOD, Warena, together with the conveners are bidding and hosting. They have said in 6 months' time they want to fast track that payment. So now as hope Oscar, it's been 9 months how to Rudiala, Sancho will need. Ore, retotal letter. Letter A rotokra in 6 weeks. Can you confirm it? Then the answer will be yes, we can confirm it because we have started with the process. Retlakoya grant in aid. Renele 8 million rand for grant in aid to benefit 40 arts organization and 40 sports and recreation organization. Re adjudicate ra fecha, ra announce batho ba leng hore ba kgonne create the assistant ra ba romela di contracts. This was around September, October. But as Sanjay Patel, AG are hopotja in his findings, which is the Auditor General. Or le hopolong hore ka 2023, le file batho ba ka di organization tse 8 ye wa iso account for the mmereko ba o dileng ana tšhelete o e jule ka ra ba kgone reporta na. And mind you, as the department, if you are not able to give us the report or ba dileng ka tšhelete eo, lena officials will pay for it. Ke a re ema between January and March so that we can clarify these issues at the audit findings, di tswa ko Gauteng audit services. How do we resolve this issue? We had said, and this is what we reported to the portfolio committee, tšhelete ya 8 million, re file treasury, or e re tshwarele yona re thome a new financial year. Treasury ha e tšea, e re file 3 months, re thoma bala, that 3 months e fela around September, October. Those contracts, we are going to honor them and pay so that by November, December, January, they are implementing, February, March, they report back. Re kgone fix out thata ba 2023. Ereke memo MEC ke nana re ke jona tshileng hore ne di ntebane ka matlho.
Okay. Naya second round ya siaka ki chair. Nafatsi Chief Director youth sports.
Dumelang. Libitso ke Pilasande Movevi. Ke ko Chief Directorate ya Sports and Recreation. In terms of or in fact, let me start with your question in that I would like for us to meet after this. Ke khone ho fa number ya the Director of Sports Development and Coordination, eleng yena a dilang ka di Learn to Swim, so that we can see what we can do ka di coordinators how. Most of the questions that are towards the facilities, along the facilities that is swimming pools in schools, and those are long-term issues. However, Renali and IGR, technically, more ritlakanang li local government that is coming soon. This one is led by HOD. I think we need to get closer, HOD, li City of Johannesburg. Re delay the issues, the facilities, the issues, the access. Because Rona as a department, we do provide the programs through our central corridor. Gilutlile ha and Tate Brian Ayemikamo, Mema Shudu Magada, Ebelirgi Mewa Rona ger. Yes, she is close to the ground. Harry implemented the programs. Recreation, Bogogo. We've got the programs that we are running. But as you would have heard, our budgets are limited. What we are requiring you to do is get close to the offices Zarona so that we can inform you when there are programs there at Halang. You may be in your own corner, Unana, or government is not doing anything, but we are there. So we want to inform you of other programs. They may not be international of nature, as Gogo had indicated. More will bring you close to social development because that is where they mostly assist. However, nerikopa hore our local office kitlo ema mo harfeza so that we can provide you the contact details, obviously to the relevant programs it's already so that haritsamaisa honyane horutsamaisang you are able to get it. We can never give each and every organization. We are centered in nature, so that you know where to go, how batla the resources. We are so proud of Bongkhonu that want to be active. Continue. Renality programs, that are geared for Lona. Walking programs, the aerobics that we do. And we would want you to be part of that. It's just that I think the way we are doing things, everyone is in their corner and we need to be centered. So that let's say these things are being given. How do we keep them safe? Because again, harifa everybody, everyone oyema ko koneng ya hai asa fibabang. Mewa Foundation, thank you so much. I think uikwezi exactly how the sport industry works. We are disciplined. And you indicated you will avail yourself. Once again, I am here. Yes, ma'am. I am here. I will stay until you get my number, I get your number, and we can see how we can assist one another. I think your approach is very commendable. Biggie Max Meer, as they say. I can't say Afrikaans, but I'm just saying. But that's the way we need to be conducting one another. Little facilities. Some of us are saying the facilities are dilapidated. Who's dilapidating the facilities? Kerona, right? Some of us are saying we want better facilities, but our facilities are not taken care of. Kerona. Let's take care of what we have. So that Hanserit then, the programs. Learn to Swim is not only a program that we conduct inside the swimming pool. We are empowering just safety. What do you do? How you understand? That may not be in a pool. So if the pools are dilapidated, we are allowing certain characters to mess around with what is an asset of this very same community. We are complaining about the social ills, but it's the same community that is allowing the characters to mess up. So, first, let's also take care of what is ours. At least, now we are so embarrassed. The community is taking care of this facilities. So we are there. We know. We are that department okay, we're done. Now sport. We're gonna go to meeting and complain and say, this is the department that makes sure the community is healthy. Provide us more funds, but when we don't, we have to collaborate. So we are asking, one organization, let us not say, "Horai, asizosebenza nabo." We must work together because these funds are limited. So I will avail myself up until we are done. I will avail the contacts together with Mema Shudu around the sports and recreation facilities and programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Corridors.
Dumelang. Lebitso la ka ke Tshidi Mokoena, ke Chief Director responsible for corridors. Ke tlo respond in some few questions. Number one, the creatives, stakeholders, and arts and culture stakeholders, ba re ba kopa ho kopana le MEC. Ke nna tlamehile ke etse sure ya hore le kopana le MEC. So MEC, I'm committing in front of you that I'm going to arrange that stakeholder engagement session so that re ska kopanang re le bangata. Ho kopane ba arts and culture, le kgone ho bua le MEC, a le mamele, re resolve, re phigisane mo re phigisanang. Then ba sports le bona, re tlo le arranger, le qoqe le MEC, jwalo fela. And then in terms of, I kitlo bua ka dilo tse ngata, but kitlo bua ka issue ya IGR and partnership. Yes, we do have a functional IGR session where we partner with municipalities in terms of implementation and lead joint plan, lead MOU. So the person was asking about this question. After this meeting, let's touch base, re kgone ho tighten up all the loose ends. And then consultation with stakeholders in terms of the APP, when we plan for the APP. Because stakeholders are saying yourselves, re tlohele ho le etsetsa APP, re-impose the program kolon. So through the corridors, because we've got 5 corridors, so through the corridors, re tlo etsa sure ya hore as and when this process starts, we consult with you via corridors. I think it's going to make the matters easy, and the session hore di be nyane. Each one of you will be consulted through corridors. Then le emphasize the issue ya hore bana ba rona ba bolawa ke bodutu. A ke batla go bua ka nyaope because ya ntena. Bodutu ha ba tswa sekolong ene la dikolo di kwetswe. We do have holiday programs. The only thing that we need to do is to better communicate these programs that we are undertaking in our corridors. So there's a lot that we are doing. But the only issue the information highly rich right. So that is what we are just going to tighten up. But the programs are there. Available. Mema Shudu Kiena boso ya mo Joburg. So she is going to assist most of you la motseba. So ra leboga re available for you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, MEC.
Okay, Dr. Masondo guy. Okay, that one the HOD will take. Let me go to the CFO. Nafas. Remain. We are guy. I don't know what was until we reface all the questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, MEC. Regular Chaba Kaufel. MEC Ntate Thobela gave me an idea, stakeholder engagement that the Memkwen has just related. Ntate Thobela rekate the hotel, so it means it will be in a hall. That's the first thing that we need to do as a budget cut. The second thing, me ubuditse budget cut. Budget cut is because of the national outlook. Nationwide, we are not doing well as a country in terms of the finances. We have more debts that now requires other programs and money to be reduced. Now, the second question was that, do we return money to provincial treasury? Yes, for programs that are not done. And the ones that are done, we ask for rollover. I think the first slide that I did, it says we had a baseline of 1,090,000,000, then it increased to 1,117,000,000, which means that increase was due to the rollover that we did. And even in the current year, we have done rollovers to provincial treasury so that money during the adjustment period is also allocated and alleviate other pressure points that we have as a department. The third question that you ask is that is a percentage of what? Now, there is slide 57 that we do, we call it economic classification. Under that economic classification, we have two items that you can procure for. We have goods and services line item. We also have capital assets line item. So in that line item, the goods and services would say 297 million. So it means when we say procure from women, it's 277 million multiplied by the 40% business done in women to get how much is procurement spent over the years. Then we divide that into quarters. That will be your first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, as well as fourth quarter. That will go to all other KPIs, that is military veterans, that is also youth, as well as people with disability. We do encourage people to also make sure that their documents are compliant, as and when we request, we get that particular finding. We went to Sharkville, and MEC also made an undertaking that we procure per commodity per corridor. So it means this financial year, our policy is indicating that we must procure from corridor, central corridor, when that procurement is happening at that particular corridor, which is the mandate that we want to carry for this financial year so that we empower our SMMEs. Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you. Sports Confederation, it's really Sports Confederation. I know there were many issues around GFC. That's why I want to keep them last before you come in, HOD. So the Sports Confederation has just left. GFC. Bargo le fa tšhelete e nyane. Bargo le fa tšhelete e nyane.
Fine, it's fine. Madume, ka mo lapeng. Kabo Ripana, MEC, and committee members. Indeed, the GFC was presenting today its plans for the next coming year. There were questions that relate to who benefited in the previous year. That information is provided in the annual report. We will be doing an annual report presentation once it's tabled in the legislature, and you will be convened accordingly. In terms of the funding, we do 2 call-outs per year. Yes, indeed, we are delayed in this, but we are still aiming to provide the outcome before the end of this quarter. In terms of, I think there was an allegation about one filmmaker coming from Cape Town. I have checked. The application that they provided indicated that they have an address in Tshwane. So therefore, they were considered. And as creatives are, there's a number of creatives, Baberekang, especially between Gauteng and KZN, because that's where the funding is. And we are engaging Lebatuba KZN, our counterparts, to say we need to be able to manage this double dipping that takes place. And as the GFC, our policy states that we can fund one filmmaker or one production company, one per year. So we don't fund you twice. If that is the case, we do engage you and say, "Kgopelo kgutlisa tjhelete." In terms of the Archive Center, I'm glad you did acknowledge that, Mr. Mteto. Yourself and I sat with the previous director, and we said there is an opportunity for you to assist the province. We took that proposal, we added it in the PBC submission MEC. This is about 3 years ago. And unfortunately, the challenges at GFC and the priorities of the province, that program was not funded. But it is still a good program, so please continue. And as we've said, please, those people who apply and get rejected, we don't find you once off. Please keep applying if you are rejected so that indeed we're able to find you. In terms of the threshold on funding, as I end the funding element, you are right, Mr. Mteto. If our target is 5 and you are number 21, unfortunately, we are not able to fund you due to that. But also, no, you must also, let's be factual, Mse. If your compliance is not in order, or if you've got still outstanding tax matters, we are unable to fund you or to contract you if you are recommended. We do support quite a number of women-led projects. We used to do the Basetsana program with the department. We support the art of wellness, which is the mental health. This has just done in this past quarter. We've also just had as you are indeed following us on social media, which is great, that there's a young lady who was supported by the GFC in the last festival attendance. She's in Miami currently, and she has won the best documentary. Aram shapeleng matsogo bana beso. In terms of right. In terms of accredited programs, we did hear the plead. The industry said to us last year, indeed, 100,000 is too little. We therefore, in this financial year, with that slight increase that we received, said we will be shifting from 100,000 to 180,000 per project. So, in terms of non-accredited program, there was a question about that. These are important skills development programs. There's a gentleman who put that forward. And the benefits, yes, are not similar to those when you attend an accredited program, as you do get a certification. But as you attend some of the master classes that we sponsor, you do get from the legends or those who have walked the road as to how do you apply, especially when it comes to applying to the and getting budget to getting funding from national departments and the likes of. In terms of, I think I've outlined the one about the beneficiaries, MEC and Chair. I think this will be indeed clearly outlined in terms of how many beneficiaries per category we have supported. I think the meeting with the industry is indeed, and the stakeholders, we look forward to that because there are various associations, and I'm glad that they are advocating for the corrective treatment of their members, but they also need to be also honest in indicating that they themselves at times also apply. So how do we then hold that accountable? Lastly, MEC, on the matter of And this is a matter indeed that is facilitated through your office with Mr. Zwangendaba. That letter will be issued, MEC. Unfortunately, the CEO is indeed not well and has been booked off for much of this week. We met, I think it's been a week ago, when we met with your office to resolve this matter, and we apologize for the delay. However, the letter will be issued, and we commit that it will be issued by next week. Thank you.
HOD. Okay.
No, thank you very much, MEC, the Portfolio Committee. I think most of the issues have been addressed by my colleagues. There's just a few that I want to address as I wrap up the answer session. The first one came through the fourth speaker, Mpho Tlatling, raising an issue on the need for digital and AI tools for the film industry. And I do say indeed, not only for the film industry, but for the entire sector, inclusive of the CCI and sports and recreation. And it is indeed something that we will look into. I think it's fair to admit that, or maybe as an individual, it had not crossed my mind. And it's something that we'll certainly look into. The second issue was raised by the same speaker, asking a very critical question on how do corridors operate. And I think if you listen to the nature of the questions that are asked here, and the level of understanding of how the department operates, I think it stems purely from that issue, that people don't understand how this department works. And most of the questions that are here are on two issues, the why and the how. And to that effect, I want to reintroduce Chief Director Mokoena, who is heading corridors in the department as Chief Director Corridor Coordination. And maybe announce that she's currently working on that model, on the service delivery model for the corridors. And part of what she is going to do is another session of stakeholder engagement. She actually has a presentation with her today that she had prepared, where she was going to unpack the programs and the work that the Central Corridor was going to do in the next 3 months, so that the residents of this corridor know what to expect from this department. So every quarter should make that presentation through a stakeholder engagement session, so that people know. I know for a fact that at any point in time, today as we sit here, there are close to 20 other events done by this department in this corridor that we are not aware of. In schools, in prisons, in clinics, in hospitals, in homeless, in, what do you call it? Homeless, yes. There are events happening all over the place in this corridor, and we don't know about them. That's the problem. And I think that's part of the major work that she will be doing going forward, exposing the work of the department through the corridor system, so that people are aware of what the department is doing. The third issue came from Nozipho Mbuse. Mbuso. Oh, okay, yes. Two issues.
HOD, don't take long.
Okay, let me see.
I'm the politician, I explained to you. Leave the politics.
Okay, I'll skip that. That. Okay, the last, yeah, that was my second last, and the last one would have been the vision of the department on infrastructure, especially sporting infrastructure and arts and culture infrastructure. Thank you. Yes. Oh, okay. We are aware as a department that sports and recreation infrastructure and arts and culture infrastructure, arts centers, like the Funda Center and so on and so on, are either non-existent or are in a very bad state of dilapidation, including the downtown studio and so on and so forth. Now, now, all of that is the work of a municipality and not a province. But because we accept that we are a unitary state, we have initiated a process. Now, in schools alone, we've got a schools program, for instance. There's a question that came around what infrastructure do we have to support the school sports programs? What structures do we have to support community games and so on and so on? There's a lady who spoke about Elias Motswa lady and where they are playing Eputquin and so on and so forth. Just to cut the long story short. So we've started an engagement with municipalities so that we can utilize provincial resources to try and address some of those things. And many other arts and culture centers across the province. So that is the vision that we have to address those issues. We may not necessarily be able to effect major infrastructural change, but we may be able to bring in minor repairs and maintenance too. So in some of these centers, like say for instance this one, we may come in and just repaint the interior, fix the windows and, in discussion with the municipalities by doing a condition assessment so that we know, we may need to redo the flooring in this hall, for instance. So that is what we are doing with the municipalities on these. There's also a program to bring in community swimming pools, for instance. In Soweto, the last one that was functional, Kia Orlando. I'm not sure if it's still functional. Now, through our infrastructure unit, we're actually in the process of finalizing paperwork for the refurbishment. So we're not going to build new swimming pools, but we are going to refurbish the existing ones to new. And the last part I wanted to talk about is that there's just over 2,000 schools in Gauteng. And each of those schools has got a sporting facility or another, whether it's a tennis court or but you'll find a sporting facility in a school. So all those sports facilities on a phased-in process are also going to be renewed to new. So I have a more toilet table and a tennis court that's dilapidated. We're not going to build a new one. We're going to fix that one so that it looks new. And we'll go through that process throughout this administration. Thank you.
No, thank you. So, Babuila Gilba and Mazuila. Acting Chief Director, Upila Utale, a nice initiative. Ati uzohlala mawuphela umhlangano. Uzohlala laba banama-issue by exchange my phone number so that directly then we start resolving the issues. So akuzohlala yena ayi-1, bahlala bonke. Umuntu ozohamba yimi la. Laba bayasala go exchange my number so that the issues are resolved. Some of the questions that I've seen here are things that don't need isikhathi. As in decisiveness, action. Quick. There were 24 speakers. I was writing down each one. I can even name all their names. 24 speakers came. But if you listen to them, some of the issues are resolvable and they don't have to take time, HOD. So let's make sure that the small things are taken care of. I'm sure you know about money, but if you can take care of this, you'll be able to take care of the millions. So let's solve the small things so that the big ones will solve themselves out. So these are the small things that the community are raising and are not difficult. Secondly, I'm here for sports. Ngiyazi ukuthi mina ngibona niyangikhalela nge-education. So, but I'm here for sports. But those issues of education I've noted. Monday, the team will go to Bapedi Primary School to see what is the issue and resolve it. Monday. I'm sure I'm charging Friday. If it was Thursday, being kusasa. So because it's Friday, I'm saying Monday. The issue of the school, we'll look into it, what's happening around. But generally, niyazi ukuthi ikolo ziyashota la eGauteng, angisho niyazi. Because Gauteng iyakhula kakhulu. Angisho abantu bayeza ngapha. Ngizwe nikhala ngabantu bathi be-KZN, babuye Western Cape, but Gauteng eyethu sonke. Gauteng is for everyone, especially South Africans, asisho kanjalo. So singabi, se understand. So Gauteng is growing. The issue of school sports. The instruction that Nchele Laba next door. When it's next door, Ngisho Laba, the other department, not this one. To work with this one. I'm sure they work with this one. That all our children, bonke, kaofela bana ba rena, they must do some form of extracurricular activity this year. It's physical sport, as we are talking, and then by end of the year, in 6 months' time, they need to write in the report that they send ekhaya at home. Or Ntate Chilwan, Tato this year who participated in these sports, so that parents know bana participate or not. So that they can start, Babu said questions right. Wanaka, what are you doing ko sekolong? So all the children are instructed for the school, but bana must participate in sports. Whether Bamata, whether it's for one, but something every child must do. So keep collaboration between this department and the department next door. Now, the infrastructure. In terms of infrastructure, and I feel as community we tend to not be honest about it. There's a lot of infrastructure that was built. We build it, it dilapidates because of not being taken care of. Secondly, vandalism. Batho ba nyaope ba kene ba senye ntho e ntle tshwantse serve the community. And then we come back. Ke na le practical experience. You can ask sekolo se o se batlang. Mara after 6 months, o kena motho mola, o utswa di computer tse tshwantse di service the community. Keep biggest challenge. And here we batla rona. Because we are activists. Let ourselves as activists work to ensure that those infrastructures that will be revived, refurbished, hand over HOD. Let's be able to hand over to the responsible parties in the community to manage. We have seen that already keeper amongst ourselves, a chair, they tend to even dilapidate. But when we hand over an infrastructure to a responsible party, they are able to take care of it on behalf of the community. It does not mean it does not belong to the community. A typical model it belongs to the city of Johannesburg. Mara, they've handed it over to a person to take care of FNB. That should model go to the lower infrastructure in our communities so that we know who's responsible. And it has worked. There's that facility, Koval, that was handed over. No, the sports facility. They took ground yard, I forgot that group. Bankile ground, the stadium was messed up. You know, it was a drug den. They handed it over. Today it's a proper facility. The grounds are green, are always cut. There's regular sporting program. Football team is operating nicely there. That's what we should work towards, but work towards with our municipalities. Issues that IDP as Rona, but Honalin DDM, District Development Model. DDM speaks about unitary planning. Why it came about? In the past, we would plan. Masipala would plan according to the IDP, but planning they're going to put certain facilities here. And then province, national, plan their own thing to build something somewhere else, and it becomes disjointed. I'm sure you know, Kadi human settlement, Kadi Nklu, said the island, Marana electricity at Namit. It's because Masipala was planning to build wherever services somewhere else, and province decided to build houses somewhere else. So now we've come together to plan together that if we're developing Play KSO, we are all going to come in and have one unitary planning, one unitary program, and one unitary investment. So that is what we are working on. So the issues of IDP, now we're looking them closer so that are planning apart from each other. We plan together so that we complement each other. But I think what is important, there is no any program or activity that is not respected. I think Klep and Tap, we've spoken about it. Thank you, Chief Director, to respond. But what is important, it's a lip service. We need to make sure that what we commit, we actually fulfill. So that the next meeting, when the portfolio committee calls us, we give report and update. There was a word here, it's been used, feedback, 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 feedback. So that when they call us again, which they call us quarterly, Halifa report is an update. Update. Tumile mo, this was the issue that was raised here, we resolve it. Kie. No, we're in discussion. Kie. This is it. So that, because the stakeholders that I've seen since I've arrived in the department, they are consistent. We can move tomorrow and have this meeting in Ekurhuleni. The same key stakeholders will always be there, and they will always want to hold us accountable. So the days of taking issues, disappearing, and hoping that when they're in Ekurhuleni, somebody else comes, they are over. When we get to Ekurhuleni, we might as well even give them an update of an issue that was raised for Soweto, cut the race, the race. The comrade marathon runner, Arnold 65. I'm impressed, Mama. So we might as well, we will actually, Chair, through you, report on what was asked, even if it's in Soweto matter, in Tembisa, because the feedback must be given to the public on issues that they've raised. So this is the commitment that we're making and I'm making to you. I will speak to the minister around the issue of the studios. I know, la tseba mathata a rona, ke re mo GNU now. So remote GNU, so una le mongwe batho ba kena, you know, they try to believe everything we've done was done is wrong. But I will speak to the minister. But what's also important, we'll also need to sit down and really see how can we also intervene, because it was of the benefit to the public. So we should not just let it go. Otherwise, it's going to be another infrastructure that will be asked years down the line that it is dilapidated, it's not working, it used to be like this. So we'll look into that. The issue of honoring the legend, the chief director spoke about it. I think it's something that's close to our heart. Sporting codes, all of them, of course, Rabata, time and there was no time out limo. I work at all sporting codes. I agree. We need to make sure that Banabarona they're exposed. The youth must be exposed in all sporting codes. Yesterday, I was actually applauding Cricket South Africa. If whichever team is winning the test championship, the coach is black, the captain, the team manager is black, the CEO of Cricket South Africa is black, the president of Cricket South Africa is black, half of the team that was playing is black. That is the level of transformation. I was so impressed, because if you would understand cricket, and it's a very expensive sport, by the way, because the bat alone can cost up to 20,000. It's a very expensive sport, we are aware. But the level of investment and transformation, I had to say, thank you, you are doing well, and this is what we want to see. So all sporting codes, it should be the same. We still have some Babatisa and Kloho. However, all sporting codes should be exposed so that we can expose our youth, because not everyone is a soccer player, not everyone is a netball player, and not everyone does volleyball or etc. But exposure is important so that we can also expose the talent that we have. Let me conclude by explaining, obviously, the CFO was at length to explain the budget cut. The situation that we have is the economy of the country. It's not growing fast enough. In fact, they've revised our economic growth even lower. So if the economy doesn't grow fast, there's little money. And that little money forces government to reprioritize certain things and what it wants. For instance, can we agree, will you agree that Hubeli budget cut Kodikolong? You won't agree, because education is a priority. You see, so government looks at those things and prioritizes what is actually critical at the moment. And unfortunately, where we find ourselves, we have to make hard and difficult decisions. And yes, I was in that meeting where they were discussing this additional money. We argued very strongly. However, some decisions don't lie with ourselves alone, because we're not the only department that was there. Everyone came, everyone put their argument, and because of certain priorities, We're then going to get an adjustment, better adjustment later in the midterm. That's what they said. That's what we've agreed. But overall, I want to appreciate the stakeholders, Chair. I want to appreciate the portfolio committee. Every time I get a meeting, I get a tsebo. What are the issues that is affecting the sector and the department? That meeting will take place. That meeting will take place urgently, so that when you speak, that's why I write down. Because these are the issues that will determine if we're actually doing our work and we're achieving or not. So I want to appreciate you, Kenyako Leleboa, for voicing your concerns, for voicing your issues. And I want to say that it's not lip service, it's what I'm going to take and hold the department accountable as the executive authority. I want to appreciate that and appreciate your counsel as the public. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's you know what? Let us also apologize for starting late, because that starting late made us to end late. So I'm sure that the department and the MEC have tried to summarize and respond to some of the issues. There may not be all of them. And I think some of the officials have committed that they will stay here, so that if you still have issues, you can ask them. Our responsibility as the Oversight Committee of Sports, we deal with the MEC on his capacity as the MEC of Sports. That is what we do oversight. The commitment that have been made in front of the MEC, by the MEC also, and his department, we as the committee, we will be also monitoring, like the meeting that the MEC has just committed. If it is not happening soon enough, you can also inform us, so that we can also expedite it, because we hold the MEC and the department accountable on the commitment that they have made. So that's why we not speak about issues of education here, because the Committee of Education must also come, bring the MEC and the Department of Education and speak about issues, because we will not be doing oversight on issues of education. So thank you very much for your patience, for your contribution, for honoring this meeting. We will be coming back. We are doing oversight. We are here for the next, until 2020, 5-year term. So we will be coming back. That is our responsibilities. Thank you very much. Lunch will be served. The meeting is officially adjourned.